We will call to order the 2020 Wakefield Town Meeting. I want to thank everybody for coming. First off, I want to thank Ruth Clay, Steve Mayo, Ann Santos. Putting this all together was a big job. And first and foremost, I want to thank the guys from the DPW. I mean, this is just a phenomenal setup. I think it works for everybody. You know, it's new, and so it evolved. I mean, with the tent, and I just, a little background, I'm on this, that's cool. I'm on this chat line with all the moderators around the state, and there's like 50 a day for the last 3 months. So you pick and choose and do what you can. I also want to thank WCAT. They have been working, they have been working like crazy to set this up so that you have the option to be in here or to be out there. I mean, just the amount of work that went in is incredible. First, we want to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and it'll be led by our town clerk, Betsy Sheeran.
I think we'll face the big flag up there, if that's all right, and then everyone can see it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Billy.
You're welcome. Return of the warrant. Okay. According to Mr. Mullen, who's not here, Mr. Mullen, who's been invaluable for the last 2.5 months, interpreting the orders from the governor, from the Department of Public Health, and that kind of thing. So when he gets here, we can give him a round of applause. Oh, he's not coming at all, Yale? No? No? Okay. Okay. I have to read this into the record. Return of service. I, Constable Kevin Lopes, hereby certify that I have posted the annual town election warrant of June 2017 and the town meeting warrant on June 1st, 2020. Kevin J. Lopes, Constable. What do I do here?
Nothing.
Nothing, you keep it. Okay. So we've got that done. And I want to thank anybody who contacted us via email, telephone call, I don't do Facebook, but who contacted Steve, myself, Ann, or Tom Mullen. I want to thank them for bringing to us their ideas, their thoughts, their criticisms. Can't agree with everybody. We tried as hard as we could to do the best job we could to get what we needed to do under the law. So I always appreciate when someone contacts us directly so we can have a dialogue. Dan Lieber, I'm trying to think who else, Amy Wall, people like that, so I appreciate that. Now the first thing we're going to do is we're going to have Dan Sherman's report, which I feel always is helpful because it tends to eliminate or augment a lot of the questions about the budget before Steve presents the budget. So Dan, take it away.
Thank you, Bill. So I'm going to start with receipts. This graph shows that the tax levy has been our mainstay. We're well over 75% of all the receipts that we have to spend come from tax levy, property taxes, and this has really helped us in the past whenever the state would reduce their budget. So you see the state aid, which is in the red line. That's been going down as a percentage of our total receipts. It got to a high as about 20% in 2002 and has been dropping ever since. And this year, as I get into the numbers, you'll see that the state receipts go down some more. The local receipts have been pretty steady as a percentage of our budget, and everything else is just a little bit of noise. So this graph highlights the state aid directly. You can see that it got as high as about $11 million back in 2002 as a main thrust for us. And then it dropped, and it dropped as much as 20% over the ensuing years. To 2011, it was only about $8 million. So this served as my best estimate of what could happen because of the virus. and you'll see that my numbers here in a minute. But that kind of reduction in state aid would equivalent to about $2 million for our budget in terms of our total revenue that's available. We have a couple of reserve funds, and these are going to save us certainly this year and probably the next couple of years. We have a stabilization fund. This fund represents about 3% of our total budget, and the balance is roughly at just over $3 million. So that's $3 million of a rainy day fund that we can tap. That will help us going forward. We also have free cash. This is our checking account. This is the amount of money that we have set aside that we can use as we see fit here at town meeting, and we'll be using some of it today, and we'll be using some in November as well. But you can see that in 2009, 2010, our free cash was extremely low. Over the last 10 or so years, we've built it up. It's been very helpful in dealing with certain things that have popped up that were unforeseen. And right now it's sitting at about a little over 8% of our total revenue, roughly at $8.2 million. However, you see the footnote at the bottom, at the fall town meeting, we spent about $4 million. So we drew that down last fall. We expect it to build back up to somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 million or so by the time we reach June 30th, a couple of weeks from now. So looking at our budget for fiscal year 21, we have a set of priorities that we really focused on. One, of course, the first one is public safety, which is evident today. We have, obviously we're doing social distances, we're wearing masks. So public safety is also obviously police and fire. So that's one of our top priorities. Public infrastructure is next. In business development, we're going to talk quite a bit about business development here when we get to that first article. Education, of course, is at the top of the list, trying to make sure our students are well educated, especially given the challenges. Our buildings, we need to maintain like roofs and so forth so we don't spend extra money on those. And we're also looking at playgrounds. And the final point I'm making is that we really need to make sure that our spending is equal to our revenue. We cannot do deficit spending. We must have available funds in order to set a budget. Department of Revenue frowns on negative spending. So our reserves are recovered, as I said, roughly at 10% level. We have enhanced some services over the years. We have some liabilities, though. For example, we have $60 million in projects, capital projects that are out there. Many have been ignored for many years, but we do have a lot of capital projects that need attention. Meals and hotel taxes have given us a lift in the past. That lift has pretty much ended today because the hotels, of course, are very, very much vacant for the most part, and restaurants are just starting to get back online. And we'll see what happens there with our revenue. But I am not expecting $1 million for 2021. Good news: we had snow and ice overdraft was 0. It was a good year on that. And of course, a big nut is our COVID-19 implications and what that might mean. We have outstanding debt of roughly $64 million. This includes like the Woodville, the public safety, senior center, recreation bond, the public land, and the Walton improvements. We have a retirement system that has an unfunded liability of roughly $42.5 million. And we have an OPEB, which stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits, primarily retiree medical. We have a debt there of about $66.5 million. So our total debt is about $175 million that we're paying down over time. We've made some good progress there. I recall a slide I had a couple of years ago was over $200 million. So we're making some pretty good dents in that area. For revenue, what we have is our tax levy increase is expected to be $4.35 million. That's on top of what we already have for a base. But we also included a $2.5 million increase in new growth. And Steve and I have both been sort of sweating this number because of any delays in construction, most notably the power line construction that we've all been dealing with. That may get delayed into 2022, the 2.5 million, some of it may get delayed, but we will get it eventually. Right now we're assuming we're going to get to 2.5 million in 21, and we won't know for another year plus whether that's going to come true. We're assuming a state aid decrease of $1 million, roughly a 10% reduction to about 9.7 million. We're assuming a decrease in local receipts of about $1 million. Again, this is hotels, meals, excise taxes on cars. People aren't just buying cars these days as they used to. We're going to use some of that free cash and reserves to fill any gaps. We're going to receive from the Light Department about $1 million. We have available funds about $84,000. We're going to get SBA money about $500,000. Debt exclusions coming in at $2.5 million. So our total revenue is roughly at $97.1 million. So in terms of expenditures, right now what we're forecasting expected is roughly $98 million. We are going to receive about $98 million. So our total increase is just $14,000, a very small change. Revenue is at $97 million and roughly $932,000 we're going to cover from free cash and reserves. So the challenges, of course, is the COVID-19. We have a lot of unknowns, a lot of guesses here. We know that there's going to be some issues, or we know there's going to be some costs. So bear with us as we try to learn as much as we can from the state and from the feds going forward. We haven't been doing enough on buildings and field maintenance, so we need to spend some time there. Roads, sidewalks, and playgrounds need some additional help, and we have a road bond that will be discussed at this meeting. We still have issues in stormwater, public safety building, which will be discussed today, the high school, not on the agenda today, but that is something we definitely have a challenge. And again, the capital projects are roughly at $60 million. Opportunities, the Eversource power line, as I mentioned, is coming in. The last Woodville bond payment is going to happen in 21. The last senior center bond payment is 99. So those are mortgages we can burn. And then the last public safety bond is in fiscal year 22. So those figures all give us about $1.3 million of additional capacity in terms of other projects, other things that we can do. So the unknown is, of course, the state aid and the local receipts. We're guessing. And one of the things I decided made a lot of sense is try to do some what-if scenarios. What if the numbers are worse than we're now predicting? So we're now predicting as a best case a 10% reduction in state aid and a 12.2% reduction in local receipts. And then I'm assuming 4% growth thereafter. But what if things are really bad? Then I ran a scenario that said 15% reduction for both of those income items and a 3% growth. And then I ran a worst case that looked back to 2011, and it's a 20% reduction for both and only a 2% growth. So what happens to the numbers? These lines might be a little rough to see, but the best case scenario is the revenue is the green line, the top line. Bad case is the blue one in the middle, and the worst case is red. And it shows the increase in revenue, but that only shows part of the story. I mean, there's a $6 million gap between the best case and the worst case. But what does it mean for us? So then I said, well, if we don't reduce any services, what kind of annual deficit are we running? From year to year, what happens to the deficit in terms of deficit spending? And in the best case, we're about $2 million short for 2021, or I'm sorry, $1 million short for 21, as I mentioned, $932,000. And then it gets a little bit better in 23, 24, and so forth. So we can weather a best case scenario. If we had a bad case, the blue line, we're running deficit spending of a roughly $2 million in 21, slowly decreasing the deficit until we have positive funding in roughly 25, 26. So that's not too bad. I think we can weather that. But if it's the worst case, where we get a 20% reduction, now we're talking about deficit spending of about $3 million and running out to 2029 before we get back in the black, so to speak. So I said, okay, so what do we have for reserves that might cover this deficit spending? And from this, you can see that on the green line, the top line, our reserves are roughly at 10%, and they would stay at 10% and then slowly increase. I said, oh, that's pretty good. We can handle that. A bad case, our reserves drop from 10% down to roughly 6% after a few years, and then start going back up again. Again, not too bad. I felt pretty good about that. But then in the worst case, which is a possibility, the red line, you can see our reserves start at 10% and drop all the way down to 0 in 2025 and then go negative. So in the worst case scenario, we would definitely have to be cutting services, people, costs, wherever we can. There would be some difficult times if we don't get, if we do get the worst case scenario. So I'm hoping for I've always been an optimist, so I'm praying for the best case. I hope that comes true, and we'll see what happens. So I believe that is it. Mr. Moderator, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. I'd also like to give a special shout out to the Boy Scout troops who are here today. They're working on their service merit badge, and they've been really helpful. They got here early. They've been more than willing to do anything, and it's really great. Tommy Markham is the scoutmaster or something. He's in charge of them. Okay, so listen, what we're another thing, I've got a microphone here, back and forth with David Watts. He's the assistant moderator out in the party tent outside. And so at some point, during votes or speakers or something, we'll be back and forth on that, just so you know what's going on here. What I'd like to do today is introduce something that's used in a lot of towns, and it's called a consent agenda. And what that means is, these are traditionally the articles that we introduce, have a motion, and there's never any discussion. There's never any discussion. They come up every year. Do we move free cash over here for what reason? So you've got that handout with you, and this involves, hold on here, I don't have a different podium here. This involves, and I'm going to give you some time to look at this if you would. What we want to do is this. We want to lump them all together in one article, okay? And it would entail 1, 4, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 21. We are adding, so what you're going to do is in a minute, I'm going to give you some time to look at each of those articles. There's a separate handout about them, and they pretty much, like I say, they're the ones that come up every year. Nobody stands up, and we spend 10 minutes running through the whole thing with no debate, and they're things that are generally approved. We have also added, since this first list was written, we've also added 26, 27, and 28. 26 involves use of plastic bags and plastic straws. 27 involves the use of styrofoam receptacles for takeout, and 28 involves the wood subdivision up here. All of those, 26, 27, and 28, will not be presented as motions today. The sponsors have decided to make a motion for indefinite postponement, okay? So we've we found that out as the meeting, was in the last couple of days, and so they will be added to the consent agenda. In other words, nothing's gonna happen on them anyway, so let's get them out of the way while we can. So I want you to all take a look at those. It's 1, 4, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. Oh, not 19, sorry. Thank you very much. So Steve's paying attention. So if someone has an objection or feels that there's a need to have some discussion or debate on any of those in a minute, when you've all had a chance to look at them, and there is a synopsis that you were given, then raise your hand. If one person objects, they will then be taken out of the consent agenda and we'll go through the regular process, okay? So I'll give you a few more minutes, or another minute or so, to look through and see which ones we're talking about. Can you put Steve's mic on? Steve would like to speak now. Mr.
Thank
Mayo.
you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to point out before we make the motion that Article 15 is in your recommendation book, and it's looking for $250,000 out of free cash to handle COVID-related expenses this fiscal year. We do not need to do that through the great efforts of our Emergency Management Director, Tom Walsh, and our department heads. We have actually put money in, got money back from the state for that already, so we don't need to supplement that at all. So that will also be indefinitely postponed. So that's on your sheet. It explains that, but if you're looking in your book, it's looking for $250,000. We're not going for the $250,000. We've already taken care of that in another manner through the state, so didn't want there to be any confusion.
Has everybody had an adequate amount of time to look at this? Does anybody needs any more time? You need more.
One out here who'd like a little more time.
Okay, somebody outside wants a little more time. You would like a little more time, or point of order? Okay. Is it not loud enough, or is it not loud enough, or is it indistinguishable? Which is it? Is it not loud enough? It's not clear. Okay. I think they're trying as hard as they can. There's seats up front. You could hear me. Come on up. Yeah. All right. Does anybody else need any further time to look at the articles on the consent agenda?
I have one out here.
Okay, still one out there. Why don't you read them to him? Okay, sorry, he can't hear me, right? Okay, all right, we're waiting on one more person out there to read them. Thank you. Keep forgetting I have to turn that on.
Yours is clearer than yours.
Oh.
We're waiting for the person to finish out there, Mr. Mitchell. You'll have plenty of time. Dave, you all set out there? David. David Watts. Yeah, just see. I don't know.
I'm right here.
You're all set out there? Okay. Mr. Mitchell, no need to speak. Does anybody here want to take an article out of the consent agenda? Just raise your hand. Okay. Any over here?
One out here.
Okay. And what number do they want to take out there? No, sorry, right. What number do they want to take out there?
They want to take 28 out.
28 is going to be indefinitely postponed.
Okay, he's fast on that.
So he's withdrawn the taking out the indefinite postponement?
He has.
Okay. Mr. Mitchell.
Is this mic working? Yeah. I would prefer not to do an objection, because I'm generally in favor of speeding this up. If Article 21, number 8 there, was removed, I would not make an objection.
Well, no, you have to make an objection.
Well, okay, well.
It's like you had to make that motion that time, remember? Are you objecting to 21 being in the consent agenda?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
You have the same one? Okay, 21 is out.
Okay.
Does anybody else want to take any of the other motions out of the consent agenda? Raise your hand.
I tried.
Oh, okay. Hey, by the way, thanks.
Number 20, Mr. Moderator.
Number 20.
20's $1.
20 is, they want to take 20 out? It's $1. Okay. Can you get a picture of them out there? Okay, Steve, they
Okay.
want to take it out. That's okay. All right, now, so the motion on the consent agenda that the town vote to approve the following articles, so 20 and 21, right? I just want to, yeah. That the town vote to approve the following articles as part of the consent agenda.
No, you get the wrong one.
No, it says main motion.
No, you need the two-thirds motion first. to take them
Oh,
out of
I'm
order.
sorry, right. Right. Thank you, Steve. Okay.
I'm a little closer.
All in
It's easy for
favor
me.
of putting these articles in the consent agenda, raise your hand.
Okay. Why don't I make the motion?
right.
That the town vote to take the following articles out of order, with the exception of Article 1, which is already in order, and as part of a consent agenda, Articles 1, 4, 15, 16, 17,
Right, yes.
18, 26, 27, and 28. The effective motions of each individual article will be as stated in the recommendation book, with the exception that the motions for Articles 15, 26, 27, and 28 will be indefinite postponement.
Is there a second? This requires a two-thirds majority. All in favor? All opposed? Is anyone opposed? I just can't see you. You can yell out. No one's opposed. Let me check with
I
Dave.
have a majority in favor out here.
You need two-thirds. Okay.
We need to count?
Do you have any objection? Do you have any no votes?
Okay, I have a counter.
You need to count?
He doesn't need to count.
So how many no votes do you have?
Yeah.
0.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
Well,
Okay.
we'll work this out. You know, he's a smart guy, too. Okay, so the motion carries unanimously. Now, Mr. Mayo, you're...
Okay, now on the
yeah.
main motion. That the town vote to approve the following articles as part of a consent agenda. Articles 1, 4, 15, 16, 17, 18, 26, 27, and 28. The effective motions of each individual article will be as stated in the recommendation book, with the exception that the motions for Articles 15, 26, 27, and 28 will be indefinite postponement.
All in favor? All opposed? Okay. So you had one objection to the first vote and one objection to the second vote. Yeah, I know. All right, tellers, you're up. We have one objection, or one no vote. We're back on the, all right, yeah, we're back on the two-thirds one, if he's, yeah. Let me clarify this. David, were they opposing the two-thirds, or were they opposing the motion?
Both.
Okay, we need a count then, sorry. Okay, all in favor? Raise your hand. Counters? Yeah, we need a count.
You don't need a count if it's not a bond motion. You deny it.
No. Tommy wants a count on two-thirds. Yeah, always. Yeah, something to one, however you. Ann, how many do you have out there? 16 to 1? Okay. Okay. Oh, jeez.
16 outside, right? $153 to 1.
Okay.
That's 31.
That's on the 2/3.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Added to it.
Okay.
70.
What's the total?
107, 31. Who's the one, 31? Change to 2. Who's the 16?
Outside.
Outside was the 16 to 1.
Yeah.
138.
138 to 1. Yeah, no, there were no negative votes first time. Okay, second motion now before you is that we agree to pass all the articles under the consent agreement as the motion was previously read by Steve Mayo. All in favor? All opposed? What do you got out there?
One opposed.
Okay. All right, motion carries. There we go. All right, that's a majority motion. Doesn't require a count. Thank you. All right. On to number 2. Okay. Yeah. Huh? Excuse me. You don't need, if it's not 2/3, you don't need a count. And it passed. That the town vote to raise and appropriate from the tax levy or transfer from available funds a sum of money as detailed in the following recommendations for the fiscal year July 1st to 2/20 to June 30, 2/20, the grand total of $104,695,276. The motions will provide the breakdown of these amounts and the sources thereof as identified within the recommendation book. We don't need a second yet. Mr. Mayo.
Mic on? Does that sound better, everybody? A little bit? Okay, so the wireless was the problem. Okay. That the town vote to raise and appropriate from tax levy or transfer from available funds the sums of money as detailed in the following recommendations for the fiscal year July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. The grand total amounting to $104,695,276. The motions will provide for the breakdown of this amount and the sources thereof in the various classifications as described in the recommendation book.
Mr. Mayo, General
Need a
Government.
second?
Is there a second?
Thank you.
Okay, now you.
Thank you. Over the past 11 years, I have opened town meeting with a review of how far we have come as a community. This year, and at this time, all I can really say is thank you. Thank you to all the wonderful volunteers on our councils, boards, and committees. You receive very little gratitude for all that you do on all of these many different subjects. A special thanks goes out to the town council who have supported the efforts of myself and all town employees as we try to deliver the best services we can to all our citizens in the midst of this pandemic. I also want to thank the citizens of Wakefield. The restrictions we have had to put in place, often with very short notice, have greatly affected your quality of life. That fact is not lost on me, and you have soldiered through it as I knew you would. To my fellow town employees, of whatever rank and from whatever department, I am so proud to work with all of you. No one could ask for a better team. To quote Sister Hazel, we've been through the fire, and I know you're tired, but don't give up yet. We still have miles to go. So as we continue to move forward in what is an uncertain future, I think it important that we take a moment to reflect upon the facts that over the past decade we have taken strategic steps to increase our reserves, assess, plan, and embed funding for capital needs in our annual budgets, fund our retirement and OPEB obligations, and carefully utilize our debt service fund to improve our infrastructure. Our ability to maneuver the financial terrain today is so much eased by the fact that we have adopted best practices in our budget process over the last decade and beyond. Because of our collective approach, we should be able to weather the financial impacts of COVID-19 and still continue some very important projects. And kudos to the Finance Committee and Chairman Dan Sherman for their strong guidance, and I think that a presentation that he put here shows that we will weather this storm. Just to further stretch analogies as I've known to do, and to paraphrase Maren Morris's song Bones, we are in the home stretch of some hard times, and I hope they're over. We took a hard left, but we're going to be all right. We built this right, so nothing is going to make us move, because when the bones are good, the rest don't matter. Thank you for all of you in Wakefield for keeping our bones good. Tonight's budget does, however, reflect today's reality and the funding of some future positions and capital expenditures. They will be delayed. But I think it's important to note that we are still moving forward on most of our collective priorities as we strive to deliver the best sources we can to the citizens of Wakefield. As Dan said, tonight's articles and the capital article and the budget are reduced by $1.7 million. And we're doing this in order to meet the projected drop in state aid and local receipts. We're cutting overtime in the police budget from what was originally presented. A lot of that has to do with the 4th of July celebration being canceled, but that is a cut nonetheless. We reduced the DPW budget by $110,500 by delaying hirings of some very important positions. We hope to bring them back. We'll reduce health insurance costs by $100,000. Library by $50,000, and that will most likely affect Sunday hours. The schools have cut $400,000 from their budget. Also, we will reduce capital from $2,018,000 to a little over $1 million. I remember years ago when we struggled to get to $1 million. It's hard to get back down there. These are not easy, but they should put us on solid footing as we await specific budgetary numbers from the state and federal governments. In the interim, we continue to attempt to achieve the best balance between the utilization of tax revenue and the retention of prudent levels of reserves. Again, I wish to thank my department heads, particularly Kevin Gill, our town accountant, John McCarthy, our treasurer, Victor Santinello, our director of assessments, my administrative assistant, Sherry Dalton, the finance committee, and especially the town council for their hard work, support, and dedication. So with that being said, Mr. Moderator, I'll move on to the general government portion of the budget. And that motion being for general government, that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $2,540,958 for general government, and provide, therefore, that the sum of $3,000 be appropriated by transfer from the Wetlands Protection Act filing fees account to the Conservative Commission Personal Services account, and the sum of $2,537,958 be raised and appropriated from tax levy as stated in the recommendation book.
Is there a second? Thank you. Discussion?
The general government portion of the town budget provides for the majority of the administrative departments of the town. The total amount recommended for general government is $2,540,958, an increase of $85,161 from last fiscal year. And although I'm happy to answer any questions, the only real areas of substantive change is the increase in the election expense, as there are 3 scheduled elections for next fiscal year. And you may note our practice is that we only budget for scheduled election. This section of the budget has no new personnel. In the town council budget, the position of planner is being enhanced into the position of community and economic developer as we try to increase our footprint by better supporting our existing commercial ventures, as well as market and recruit newer and more vibrant businesses to Wakefield, thereby increasing our tax base. The IT budget is increased slightly due to software costs. In this time, perhaps more than ever, it is important to be able to communicate with the public in both directions, and you'll see we're doing a lot more online because of that. Accounting, treasurers, legal, tax collectors, assessors, town clerks, election registration, conservation, finance committee, and planning board offices are all essentially level funded with the exception of contractual negotiated item. Again, the recommended amount for general government portion of Article 1 is $2,540,958, with $3,000 from available funds and $2,537,958 from the tax levy, as stated in the recommend book, and this is unanimously supported by the town council. Thank you.
Any discussion under the motion for general government?
Billy? Mr. Moderator.
Oh, right, sorry. Finance Committee. Thank you, Jonathan. I was looking the wrong way. There's a lot going on here. Go ahead.
So the Finance Committee had a long debate and ended up with a split decision on the economic developer into the town council budget. There's a $95,000 difference that you'll see in your booklet where we had a serious debate about which way should we go with the economic developer, because Mr. Rivas is retired, and we felt that given the uncertain economic times, that it's better to delay the addition of Paul's replacement until the fall town meeting when we have a better chance to understand what's going on in terms of the budget and our revenue. So the Finance Committee recommends $95,000 less than what was just motioned by Mr. Mayo. And other than that, all other items we approved. So I'm not sure, Mr. Moderator, if you need a motion to reduce that amount by 95,000, I believe so.
It would be an amendment.
An amendment,
To the,
exactly.
to this motion, yeah, so.
Yeah. So the Finance Committee is motioning an amendment to the motion, reducing by $95,000 in the personal services account for town selectmen for the economic development position.
Do you have that in writing?
I do not.
If you talk to Yale, you'll get it down. Yeah, his motion, yeah, you just want to, right. So now we have to have that in writing, the amendment, the motion to amend. Sorry about the, some of the stuff. I'm more worried about walkie-talkies and microphones than the process. It usually goes along smoothly, but we'll hit our stride. But it's going to be on the motion. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Okay. So the motion before you by Dan Sherman on behalf of the Finance Committee is to reduce the personal services section of the general government by $95,000, correct? Is there a second? Second. All right, now the discussion is on this motion, not the overall general government, okay? So anybody who wants to speak on this motion to amend, you're up.
Mr. Moderator?
Yeah.
Can I speak on behalf of my motion?
Yeah, you can speak on behalf of your motion. I thought you had already sort of given it, but go ahead.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, the Finance Committee did a vote of 9 to 6, a split vote on reducing the 95,000 because of the revenue uncertainty. And other than that, you know, everything else we had was fine, but we just believe that waiting to spend the $95,000 is prudent, because if we hire somebody and then have to be forced to lay them off, then we have the additional cost of workers, of the unemployment tax, and it'll hurt us in 2022. So that's the main reason for the majority of the Finance Committee to wait until November to see how we're doing revenue-wise. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay. By the way, I don't know, there's X's lined up there to get by the microphone so that I'll know who's next. All right. This is just on the motion now to reduce the general services by, or personal services by 95,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm Richard D. Felice, 33 Lawrence Street. I'm speaking in favor of Mr. Sherman's motion. The only comment I had, too, a question I had was on the community and economic development person. That's going to merge with the town planner, which is already in the budget. Is that correct?
Steve.
Yes, and nice to see you, Mr. DeFelice. Yes, that is, the town planner is retiring, so that position is already in the budget. So this would be a kind of an enhanced position going in another direction.
So it's going to be his salary plus 95?
No, 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 it'll just be still just one salary.
Right, but it's going to be, his money's already in the budget.
Right.
Which is how much money?
The budget in the book includes the $95,000, which will cover the Community and Economic Development Director, because it's just one position.
One position?
Yeah.
And the total pay for that position would be $95,000?
Yes.
Plus whatever the planner was making?
No, 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 that includes the planner. There will just be one position, it'll be a combined position.
Then why do you have to add $95,000 to the budget?
Because it was because that's what we think, that's what I expect the position to continue to cost. It was always in the budget. It's not an extra position, we were just
Okay.
kind of switching up the old position.
Because it sounds like you're hiring a new person.
There is
You're
a new
hiring
person.
a new person. You're changing basically the name of
Yes,
the
we're
position.
changing an existing position. Yes.
Okay. I would still want to support Mr. Sherman's motion. I think there's no rush on this. It'll give people a chance to think about it. That's my what I came to speak about.
Anybody back there on the motion itself, the motion to amend? Anybody back there on the motion to amend? Jonathan Chines, you're up.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me with the mask, or do you need me to take it off? Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure we're continuing to stay safe here. Jonathan Chines, 34 Hopkins Street, and a member of the Town Council. I wanted to speak in opposition to Mr. Sherman's motion and to share some of the reasons why the Town Council voted to keep this position in the budget. And there are really 4 reasons. Before I get into that, let me stress that this was not a decision that the council took lightly. Speaking, on behalf of myself, but I think each of my colleagues would agree, we take the fiscal situation that we're in very seriously. We take the uncertainty of COVID incredibly seriously. And so this was not a decision, this was not a vote that I think any of us took lightly when we made the decision. But again, there are really 4 reasons why we wanted to move ahead with funding this role. The first is, as Mr. Mayo mentioned, this is actually not a net new job for the town. This doesn't add a new person to the payroll. It is a replacement for the town planner role, which currently exists and has been budgeted for the last, at least 10 years. What we have done is we've rewritten the job description. We've taken the opportunity to look at what the town needs and decided what we need to do is hire someone who can really focus on executing the master plan that we have in place and bringing the businesses and development opportunities in that were envisioned in that master plan for the community. But this does not add money to the budget. It is solely a replacement for an existing position. We took a different position on some of the other roles that are being delayed. As Mr. Mayo mentioned, there are some roles in the DPW budget that we did take out at this point. The difference is that those were new positions. Those would have added headcount. Again, different situation here where this is a replacement. The second reason why we supported this role is ultimately it's intended to be revenue generating. If you look at our tax base over the last couple of years, we've seen a shift where more of the tax burden has moved to residential taxpayers and away from our commercial taxpayers. In order to combat that and ultimately fund more resources for the town and do so in a way that doesn't add to the burden to property owners and residential properties in the town, we've got to bring more business in, and that's what this job is intended to do. The job description, which Councillor Donaco and Councillor Santos spent a lot of time working on, is based in part on a job that exists for the town of Bedford. And what we've seen there is that individual has brought in much more in new tax revenue to the town than the town has spent on that individual's salary. That's what we're aiming to do here, and that's one of the things that's important about this role. I think the third reason why this is important is we are at a time where our businesses are struggling, and I think you'll hear from some other folks today about the challenges that our businesses have faced. If you own a restaurant in town, it's been a really hard couple of months, and it's going to continue to be so. And so the intent behind this role is not only to help bring new businesses in, but also to make sure that we've got resources in town to help those businesses that are here today, to help them survive, to help them thrive, and help them come out of this recession and this pandemic in a way that they're stronger than they were before. Finally, the last point that I would make is while we are in a tough fiscal situation, this is a role that we can afford. It is less than 1/10 of 1% of the budget. It is less than 1% of the dollars that we have in reserves. And my perspective is the reason why we make decisions to build up our reserves is so that we don't have to make drastic cuts in times when we're challenged. And I think this is one example where taking this position out of the budget, taking out the possibility of bringing in additional revenue to the town would be a penny-wise and pound-foolish decision that I hope we don't make. So I urge everyone to vote no on this motion and appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dombrowski. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ed Dombrowski, also a town councilor, 15 Chestnut Street. I am speaking in support of Mr. Sherman's motion and the decision of the Finance Committee relative to deferring this funding at this time. There's no question that the town council has this as a priority. It is a priority for us. It's a question of timing, and that's what we're dealing with here right now, timing. The town council spent considerable time developing this role and identifying the needs and the benefits that would be derived from it. However, we are in a very unique time in that our town administrator went to great lengths to ensure that he connected with every department, with every budget, to try to make cuts and realize savings wherever possible. And we cannot apply a double standard to the town council budget. And by supporting this role, you are in essence saying that every other department should cut, but town council has special dispensation and doesn't have to follow the same rules that we've tried to apply across the board to make sure that we're fiscally sound. There's no question that there will be an appropriate time for this position to be funded. My hope is that it is in November. That is consistent with the vote of the Finance Committee, and this was a 4-3 vote of the Town Council. So 3 councilors voted in favor of it proceeding right now. 3 councilors voted in favor of it being deferred until a later point. All 7 councilors are in agreement that this is an important role that needs to, at the appropriate time, be a part of our budget. But that time is not now. And again, it's not appropriate for us to say one thing but then do another as the town council when it comes to our own budget. So I strongly encourage you to recognize the value of this role, and I also strongly encourage you to vote in favor of Mr. Sherman's motion so that, in fact, we can bring it before this body in November when we'll have a better sense of what the economic outlook is going forward. I'd also point out that Mr. Mayo has done some considerable research and spoken to a number of people relative to hiring for this position. And he was cautioned that at this time, in this current uncertain economic climate, we may not find the top candidates we're looking for. We may find people who are very talented who may be reluctant to leave their position for the uncertainty of coming into this new one. So that, another consideration too, it's entirely possible that once things settle out a little bit more, we'll have a better sense of where we are in terms of an applicant pool and hopefully get the strongest candidate so we can fill this position and make it a very robust role. Thank you.
Anybody back there want to speak on the amendment? Okay, you're up.
Hi, I'm Jeff Clapes from 10 Eaton Street. I just wanted to express my opposition, with all due respect, to Mr. Sherman's amendment to the main motion. As much as I sympathize with the financial circumstances, if ever there was a time when we needed an economic development director, it's now. And I am very concerned that, as Councillor Shines mentioned, this is a position that is already funded in the budget. If we remove this money from the budget, I am nowhere near as optimistic as Councillor Dombrowski is that it will be returned later. So I would urge people to vote against the amendment to the main motion. Thank you.
Okay. You're up next. Your speaker will be right after Ann finishes, okay?
Copy that.
Street. I, with Mr. Donaco, helped create this position and wrote it and did a lot of research. I also voted against it at Town Council. I'm one of the 3 that voted against it. As you can see from the vote, it was a 4-3 vote at Town Council, 9-6 at FinCom, to show how robust the discussion was. I support this position. I just had difficulty supporting it now. After talking with Mr. Mayo, the financial difficulty or not understanding where we were going to be, I was concerned about adding in another position. And I appreciate that it appears to be a wash. That wasn't that wasn't exact when we created it, because the town planner was still the town planner. This is a position I would support robustly in the future. I'm just hesitant now based on wanting to get the best people and knowing how all towns are in a little bit of a holding pattern, and that's my reason. This was a tough vote for me to take, but I just ended up in this financial uncertainty that we're in. I had a little bit of hesitation adding a position. Thank you.
David, your speaker out there is up, okay?
Can you hear me? I think they can hear me outside. It's Dennis Clarity, 1 Harvest Road. I'm a little confused. Are you replacing Paul Reeves, the town planner, or are you eliminating his position? So could you perhaps, somebody could clear up that situation?
Yes, this.
If I understand the question, Mr. Clarity, it's nice to hear from you. The town planner is retiring, so this position would be a kind of an additional duty to the position. In the interim, we would be working closely, if that's your question, with the planning board, town engineer, and our stormwater manager, who also has a degree in planning, to pick up the slack during the interim period.
Excuse me. So right now we have a town planner who's retiring. So that position is going to be not filled if we approve this amendment or whatever it is. So the new economic development coordinator would be replacing the town planner, or is it the town planner is not being funded?
Okay, go.
The community and economic development director would be replacing the duties of the town planner as well as doing economic development when hired.
Thank you for clearing up that confusion.
Okay. Mr. Mitchell, this is on the amendment, correct? Okay.
I have another speaker out here.
Yeah, hi,
Okay.
Bob Mitchell, 6 Balding Street.
Got it.
We're in a financial crisis. We're all wearing masks. I am very concerned. Other municipalities have been trimming municipal staff. Just like the financial presentation I saw at last year's town meeting, it failed to address this upcoming pandemic, obviously. But we are in a place where we did not forecast we would be just months ago. Don't know where we'll be in the fall or next year. So to protect from possible future reductions in municipal staff, I am opposed to this. More importantly, I have an issue. This is more of a vision issue. I may not be able to describe it well. The town planner position is somebody who effectively plans for a community that involves open space, recreation, master plan, all sorts of things that I certainly am not aware of all of them, but he plans for the future. If he has some political power in town hall, he can actually make a difference. We're eliminating that vision in our community that's blessed with a lot of great recreational resources. And I think the loss of that vision is a vignette into where our town officials are headed. I don't like it. I am opposed to the current vision that's pure economic and has blinders on for other parts of the community that we all cherish. So for that reason, I am opposed to funding this position. Thank you.
David, your speaker outside. They're up next.
Thank you. This is Jennifer Betcher, 25 Wakefield Avenue. I have a question. It's more of the budget process. So if this is approved now, what happens if that position cannot be filled? You know, you mentioned it might be difficult to fill. So if that person's hired in late September or October, I don't understand the ramifications of approving it now, given that we could just say we're going to hire them when the time is right.
Hello, Steve, can you answer
Yes.
that?
Yes, I think the question was, what happens if we don't fill the position right away? Well, we would go through a robust recruiting and interview process, and you're correct, that position will not be filled by July 1 when this starts, fiscal year starts, because that's basically next week. So then less money in that budgeted item would be not expended and would roll back to the general fund at the end of the year.
Thank you.
This is on the motion to reduce by 95,000? Yeah, okay, you're up.
My name is Benny Wheat, 44 Miriam Street. Is there a difference in the salary from the town planner to the economic development director?
Basically the same.
Okay. And if we approve this amendment now, then it will come back, presumably it will come back up before the town in November. I guess I'm assuming that if this comes back before the town in November, that we are going to approve the rehiring of the town planner or the hiring of a economic development officer. But I do kind of want to know, how long could the town go without a town planner? Like, what are the ramifications of that?
I mean, I wouldn't want to go long without one. So, you know, eventually we should. Some towns don't have town planners. It's a very important position. So I would not want to go, I would want to revisit in November, assuming that our projections are correct. But we don't know what's going to happen, right? So.
Yeah. I have one more question. So earlier during the financial presentation, we saw some different projections for what the revenues might be, the best case scenario, worst case scenario. Those were projected out over the course of several years, and I'm wondering, are the projections fine enough to have different predictions for what our situation might be 5 months from now?
I'll take a stab at that one. I've been doing projections with the Finance Committee for about 12, 13 years now. We're usually pretty well on together, but we have never faced something like this before. I will tell you, if there's another spike in October, November, I don't know what that's going to do the economy. Right now, from what we can see going forward, I think we feel pretty good about the projections, but you know, the federal government we don't know what's going to happen with the federal government. We don't know what the state's going to do. We do know that we have taken some steps over the last few years that we do have the reserves to weather the storm. I'm sorry, I wish I could give you a better answer.
No, I understand. Thank you.
Okay. David, your speaker is next outside.
Hi, Andy Bray, 3 Highland Ave. I wonder if someone could speak to, it was mentioned that the environmental manager on an interim basis will help fill some of the role of the town planner if we choose not to fill this position now. I wonder if someone could speak to what elements of her current responsibilities won't happen during that time frame.
Hello, thank you. I think it'll be extra work. Everything will be completed. We'll also lean on MAPC for help in planning that we will there. I have other members of our management team that will also pitch in. So we expect to keep everything going forward and not letting anything else slip.
set. Are you on the amendment?
Good morning. Bob Malhoy, 157 Montrose Ave. Mr. Mayo, I have a quick question regarding the town planner really just basically did with financial planning and the town planning of the for his position, but it seems like they've added a community position. Can you kind of explain that a little bit, the difference?
Repeat that.
In a nutshell, it's a different, the name's a little bit different. It seems like you've added a community piece to the position as opposed to just a
You
town
want to
planner.
hear the job description?
No, not the whole thing.
No.
In a nutshell, it just seems like it's expanded the role beyond.
Okay. I'll give you, work with Wakefield department leaders, planning board, zoning board, board of health, conservation commission, environmental sustainability committee, and town council to actually promote the town's economic development as identified in town plans, policies, and as assigned. Develop the town's economic development action plan, including goals and objectives. Convert new ideas into action plans. Review the town's current policies and recommend adjustments that would further support economic development goals. Engage stakeholders and actively pursue grant funding opportunities. Maintain town databases. Serve as a primary contact for business development and inquiries. Cultivate and maintain strong professional working relationship with a range of community stakeholders. And also handle the planning.
What I guess I'm really trying to say is it's not just, I know Mr. Rivas and I respect him very much. We work very well together as part of Main Streets, but he really dealt a lot with downtown and the businesses and developing those things. It seems like this position is going to go beyond that, beyond what he's scoping.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I am in favor of adding this into the budget. I think as someone who works and volunteers downtown, we see a lot of businesses struggling right now and a lot of businesses who really need the help. And I think, waiting till November, whether it's 4 or 5 months, you're right, we don't know what our position is going to be at that town as a town, as a community, as a citizen. We don't know, but we're going to need, those businesses and the community is going to need help at some point. So why not start it now? I disagree with some of the things that have been said about, we may hire the wrong candidate. I have 100% confidence that Mr. Mayo and his team will not just hire someone to fill the position. They're going to hire the right person. If the right person doesn't come to November, then we don't have anybody till November. It seems like they already have a plan in place that will take care of that, problem if it comes along if we don't get the right candidate. But I think the businesses need help right now. And I think the quicker we can get to them, the quicker we can get them back on their feet and hopefully not lose any of the strong businesses and great businesses that have been around for a long time. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Are you on the amendment? Okay, you're up, Chief.
I just like to say that I would...
An address.
Sorry. Neil Ellis, 17 Pine Street.
Thank you.
I would be in favor of hiring this position now. It's an incredibly important position in any city or town, especially right now where we're having a downturn in the economy. This job is to save the commercial sectors in the community and build that up. Additionally, this job is responsible for getting grants, and if you have 6 months of not getting available grants, you're losing more than $95,000 that they could be bringing into our community. Someone had mentioned that we need to cut all departments across the board, but not all positions are created equal, right? If you had a spate of fires in town, you wouldn't vote to not hire a fire chief. That's basically what we have right now with the economic downturn. We're voting to not hire someone to fix the problem. So I would be voting for the position. Thank you.
Julie.
Thank you. Julie Smith Galvin, 28 Grafton Street, and member of the Town Council. I just wanted to emphasize a few things that have been said, and understanding that everybody on the Town Council is definitely in favor of this position. It's really been a consideration of timing. I am very much opposed to the amendment to cut the $95,000. I think this is an absolutely critical time for us to be hiring an economic development person. Think of economic development kind of like economic gardening. We are actually already behind the 8 ball on this. We should have been planting these seeds and having this person a while back. It is now the perfect opportunity to do that with the town planner retiring. So I think that this is a critical time to do this. A few other points. We have a tremendous staff. Mr. Mayo is wonderful, but let's be honest, the staff, and him in particular, are dealing with COVID. That is an absolutely crucial thing for most of our staff to be focusing on, and to have an economic development person who can work hand in hand with Mr. Mayo and ensure that the economic development work is getting done is critical at this point. I do want to say that in terms of not being able to perhaps have the pool of candidates that we might have in other times, that may or may not be the case. I do know that the town is currently interviewing for the building inspector, and we've had an excellent pool, from my understanding, for that. So that may hold. And of course, if we can't find the right person, then we can fund this budget right now and just hold off on hiring it. I come from the corporate world. I'm very much concerned that by cutting headcount right now, we may never get that headcount back. We're going to be here in November or a year from now, and that is going to be a new position at that time. And we're going to be debating about whether we can add new position. Right now, this is not a new position. This is a reconstituted position that we absolutely need. And my final point, as the previous speaker, there are many, many grant opportunities. There are organizations looking for innovative solutions to fund. And if Wakefield can get ahead of that curve, I absolutely agree that we can cover this person's salary with grants and plant the seeds that we will have the tax revenue for years to come. Thank you.
Laurel.
Laurel Gorville, 33 Reynolds Road. I'm the chair of the Board of Health. I just hadn't occurred to me until Mr. Mayo just mentioned that Health Department might be included in covering these thoughts. I just want to remind everyone that the function of the Health Department and the Board of Health really acts as a checks and balance, and is in fact the independent nature of the work that we do that really challenges our safety. So in fact, the Board of Health should never be involved in economic development, unless of course, we're just considering the reasonable fee structure that we may have. So I would be in opposition to Mr. Sherman's motion. I do appreciate the excellent comments that have come through, and just I plead for everyone to keep wearing masks and social distancing so that our economy can come back. Thank you.
Getting a plug in, huh? Mr. Donaco.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Paul Donaco, 17 Wiley Street. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to ask that you not remove the $95,000 from the general funds to support the hiring of an economic development director. Paul Revis is due to retire at the end of this month. I have worked with Paul Revis now for going on 17 years, 9 years with the planning board, currently 11 years as a counselor. His job is invaluable. What he has done for this community is beyond compare. The master plan was put forward. He gets grants for the town. He works with the state. He takes care of our 10% affordability numbers. He is an architect who has design capabilities. He has done more for this town than any other member in that capacity. I put his value as high as Jackie Roberto's. He brings in income, and that's what we need. We're not creating a new position. We're adding more work to the town planner's position in creating an economic development director, which this town needs. Part of that person's job would be to continue getting grants for the town. It would be going out and soliciting businesses to come into the town, which we don't have right now. No one's doing that. So instead of businesses building on commercial property, we're getting residential development instead. How much can we do before we have no more commercial property in the town? His position would bring in more business. That's what it's designed for. So the approval of this position isn't a guarantee that we're going to have the job anytime soon. All it's saying is that we are of the mind that we want to make sure that the money's in the budget for us to start soliciting for the proper candidate. If we wait to November, we can't solicit until after this money's in the bank. So that means we wouldn't start soliciting until December, January of 2021. It's much too late at that point. We're in an economic crisis now. We need someone in that position. And to separate and divide the planner's job amongst current town employees won't work. It just won't work. You need one dedicated source. The Bedford person has a great job. The Peabody person does. Gloucester does. The research has 9 different communities surrounding us that has an economic development director. And they loved having that position in that community. They bring in revenue. So I'm asking not to create a job, but to continue a position that will only be further enhanced to the capabilities of doing something great for this community, to look out for the welfare for every one of you for the future, and making sure that our downtown is a robust downtown, to make sure our community stay, our neighborhoods stay as residential. It's a win-win situation for us to put this and maintain it on the book, and that's why I was one of the 4 that voted for it then. I understand the Finance Committee's point about trying to reserve and retain funds. I've been here before in the past. I haven't always seen eye to eye with the FinCom, but we move on. This is one time where we can't neglect to do the right thing. Please keep this in the budget under the general fund and do not remove it. Thank you.
Maureen.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Marion Butt, 894 Main Street, Unit 10, also a member of the Town Council. I just want to echo some of all that was said earlier. This was not an easy decision. It was a close decision on the Town Council and on the FinCom. I just want to highlight some things. We are all living in the time of COVID during this pandemic, and some things have gotten highlighted and amplified. And I've been saying, both as a town, at work, in my community, that this crisis gives us an opportunity to be more creative and to do things better. As Laurel from the Board of Health said, you know, we're still going to continue to wear our masks. We're still going to prioritize public safety. But as I go around to businesses in this town, I get questions every time I walk in, you know, and we've been doing great work, but it has been fast-paced and it has not been enough. And we have this opportunity now to increase our tax base from our commercial, which will help all of us as residents, but really have someone who's dedicated, who has that vision and has that time. Every time I get a question from a business and I have to send them to Steve, that's not what I want to do, because Steve has other things in our town that are more of a priority right now. And so to have a dedicated staff person, like 9 other communities around us have, who is actually thinking about the economic and well-being of the businesses in our town, is exactly what we need. We can't really wait till November. As has been said, that this is, you know, I'm going to reinforce a number that Jonathan Chine said. It's 1/10 of 1% of the budget. This is a small thing. It is actually, you know, a position that we already have, but we are amplifying it to make it what we need for moving forward as a town to get through this pandemic, to be a stronger town. So thank you.
Let me just check. David, you got any more speakers out there?
No.
Okay. All right. There being no more discussion, the motion before you by... Oh, sorry. Didn't see you there. Okay.
Bill Spalding, 42 Gould Street. I currently sit as the chair of our planning board, and to what Mr. Donaco said, Paul Revis has been unbelievable, and this position does need to be filled. Please keep this money so we can have somebody as an economic developer.
Okay. Anybody? Going once. Okay, the motion before you is not on the entire general government section. This is the motion sponsored by Dan Sherman on behalf of the Finance Committee to amend the general government section by decreasing $95,000 for personal services. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries in here.
Majority opposed out here.
Okay. The motion is denied. We now return back to, got it? We now return back to the main motion before you, which is the general government section of the budget. Mr. Mayo.
I'm set for a vote on that, Mr. Chairman.
Any discussion on the general government section under Article 1 of the budget? Checking. Got anybody out there? David, do you have any speakers out, further speakers on just general government?
No.
Okay. All right. All in favor of the motion as set forth under general government? All opposed? Motion carries in here. Okay. All right. That section carries. Mr. Mayo, you were on to...
That the town raise and appropriate from tax levy the sum of $12,223,802 for protections of persons and property as stated in the recommendation book.
Is there a second? Thank you.
The protections of persons and property section of the budget for fiscal year 21 has been set at $12,223,802, an increase of $118,505 from last year. It is important to note that these figures do not include the contract settlements, which we voted on separately in Articles 11 through 14. The police department budget is $5,922,655. This reflects a decrease of $25,213. But don't worry, we'll catch up with that on the two police contracts. This budget provides for a police force of 47 police officers, including dedicated school resource officers at the Wakefield Memorial High School, Galvin, and the vocational school, as well as mission-specific positions which focus on domestic violence, mental health, substance abuse, civil rights, as well as family-related issues. This budget also includes increasing the hours of our clinician from part-time to full-time. This is a program that has paid us such dividends in the past 5-6 years since we had this position, really stopping issues before they become issues. Our police department is recognized by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts as an accredited police department, and there are only 20 or so in the state. They are very distinguished. I believe that not only is the accreditation a testament to the high quality and ideals proffered by the chief and his entire corps of officers, but has also been helpful in obtaining grants, as well as adopting best practices for the day-to-day operations designed to better serve the public while reducing the risks of lawsuits. We owe a great gratitude to the police chief and his entire staff, particularly during this difficult time. These are the people that are running out to calls, not staying at home like the rest of us. The fire department budget is $5,706,306, or an increase of $93,446, or basically 1.6%. The increases are in contractual and negotiated areas, as well as $30,000 for overtime. This budget maintains both fire stations, which I know is very important to the public, as well as the fire prevention officer, and does fund the deputy chief position, which we put into the budget last year. Again, our fire department does a fabulous job. These men and women are out there answering the calls every day. Medical calls have skyrocketed, particularly since the COVID-19. We're grateful for the good work they do. Emergency management is included in this section of the budget as well. Is Tom Walsh here? Can he raise his hand? There is best bang for the buck in town is right there, our emergency management director. Tom, thank you for all that you're doing. The fire alarm, police signals, and traffic light portions of this section are level funded. The building department is also in this section, and that is increased by $51,610, and that is due to contractual and negotiated increases, as well as our severance from the town of Linfield. We are now going it alone. Linfield requested this. I and the town council support it. We have many projects in Wakefield to handle, and the budget does reflect that now we're handling the entire department. This department is very busy with multiple major projects, and last year they brought in about $1 million in revenue. Not bad. The remaining budgets in this section are virtually level funded with the exception of contractual increases. The entire amount requested for protections of persons and property is $12,223,802.
Any discussion under the motion for protection of persons and property? Oh, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting you, right. FinCom. Well, you caused such a fuss last time, I thought we could skip you. FinCom.
The Finance Committee supports this motion.
All right, David, your speaker's up.
Okay.
I see Mr. Clardy stirring out there.
Yes, I propose a motion that we reduce the number of police officers from 47 to 44 by eliminating the police from the schools.
Okay, you're gonna have to commit. You're gonna have to put that in writing.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Yeah. Is there a second in this room? David, is there a second out there?
No second.
Okay. Mr. Clardy, your motion is off the table. It was not seconded. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, the motion before you is, as set forth by Steve, is protection of persons and properties. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries.
Carries out here.
Okay, all right. We are now on to Human Services. You all set?
Can you just leave this on? That the town raise and appropriate from tax levy the sum of $872,841 for human services as stated in the recommendation book.
Is there a second? Thank you. Mr. Mayo.
The request for human services portion of Article 1 is $872,841, basically $20,000 more than last fiscal year. This covers a number of areas, and I do want to just thank Judy in our Council of Aging. I don't know if Judy Luciano is still here, but what a joy they bring to a lot of people and have worked so hard through this whole pandemic, actually going door to door to visit our seniors. And I was stopped today coming in here from someone and saying how much that meant to her mother, that someone actually came by and said hello just to check on them. So Judy, great job. I see you over there. Thank you. Karen Burke, our veterans agent, handling all of those issues. Dan McGrath. And I'm just going to say that this is a fabulous portion of the budget. I'm not going to go into this too much, except to say that I work very closely with these departments, and I do want to give kudos to the Board of Health as well. They're in this portion of the budget as well. And boy, talk about a group that's working 24/7 along with us, keeping us safe. So I want to thank everybody in this area for their help. Thank you.
We're on Human Services, Steve? Yeah. Any discussion?
The Finance Committee recommends favorable action.
Thank you very much. Can you go out in the tent? Because then I'll pay more attention to you. Any discussion? Any discussion out in the tent? You got any speakers? Nope? Okay. All in favor? The motion before you as set forth by Steve under the Human Services section of the budget. All in favor? All opposed?
One opposed, majority.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Public Works Department, Mr. Mayo.
That the town raise and appropriate the sum of $7,089,368 for public works and to provide therefore that the sum of $84,403 be appropriated by transfer to the Public Works Personal Services account from the following accounts: perpetual care income, $44,800. Park trust funds available, $3. Sale of lots funds, $39,600, and the sum of $7,404,965 be raised and appropriated from tax levy as stated in the recommendation book.
Is there a second? Thank you. Mr. Mayo.
The request for Public Works budget is $7,089,368, an increase of $129,167. The bulk of the increases are due to contractual obligations, training and safety associated with OSHA compliance, software licensing changes, rental equipment, tree removal, and rubber material for the athletic fields. Small increase in vehicle cost, although hopefully that's coming down, and just some general operating increases. I will say this, that the Public Works continues to be staffed well below their numbers in the 80s. I think they had about 84 employees in the 80s. They're down to 78 or so, and they've taken down, and they're taking on more duties, including setting this up here today, and I know they'll recognize it. The Public Works has done an excellent job in preparing their budget and maintaining the town's infrastructure under very difficult fiscal constraints. The funding adding to this budget is greatly needed and will go a long way to improve a great community. But this is a no-frills budget. It's a budget that provides efficient, effective, and economical services to the community. And I will point out that we did make some cuts in our original budget that we presented, and again, those I hope to bring back in November as things hopefully will lighten up. Thank you.
DPW, thanks.
The Finance
This
Committee
whole thing's
recommends favorable
distracting.
action on this article.
Any discussion under the Public Works Department? Anybody outside? Mr. Watts, got a speaker out there?
No speakers.
Okay. The motion before you, as set forth by Mr. Mayo under the Public Works Department section of the budget. All in favor? All opposed? Majority? David, you got a majority?
We do.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries. Where are you now, Steve? You're on
Enterprise.
Enterprise. There you go. Sorry. Okay.
That the town raise and appropriate the sum of $15,017,953 for Public Works Enterprise Departments, and to provide therefore that the sum of $6,061,942 be appropriated by transfer from the water receipts to the various Water Division budget accounts as listed in the recommendation book, and the sum of $8,956,011 be appropriated by transfer from sewer receipts to the various Sewer Division budget accounts listed in the recommendation book. The Water and Sewer Divisions are self-sustaining departments and are not part of the tax levy. These two budgets are well-structured and ensure that we continue to maintain and improve our water sewer infrastructure and provide safe drinking water to the community. And I would point out that in both instances, the major portions of the increase are due to the MWRA increases. The town really runs pretty lean on what we have here.
Is there a second?
Thank you.
Mr. Mayo. That's it on the? That's it. Okay. Mr. Sherman.
The Finance Committee unanimously supports this portion of the budget.
Discussion under the Public Works Enterprise Department section of the budget. Hello, Mr. Mullen. Wow, Linfield must have gotten right through everything, huh? Whoa. Okay. David, any discussion outside?
No.
Okay. There being no further discussion, a motion before you under the Public Works Enterprise section of the budget as set forth by Mr. Mayo. All in favor? All opposed? Majority?
No negative.
Okay. Motion carries. Steve, you're up next. We're okay. All right, school department. Hello, Mr. Superintendent. How are you?
Mr. Moderator, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for all your help. Doug was instrumental in getting a lot of this stuff done, working with the DPW, so for that we are grateful. Mr. Superintendent, you're up.
Thank you. That the town raise and appropriate the sum of $43,691,659 for the school department, and to provide, therefore, that the sum of $115,000 be appropriated by the transfer to the school department contractual services, bus transportation allocation from the offset receipts 2020 bus transportation user fees, and that the sum of $43,576,659 be raised and appropriated from the tax levy. The total recommendation for the school department is $43,691,659.
Is there a second? Mr. Lyons.
I am pleased to share the FY21 amended school department budget. This budget represents a 4% increase over last year, as well as a $400,000 decrease in our proposed budget that we made back in March. This budget is aligned with the mission and vision of the Wakefield Public Schools, along with the instructional strategy and our core values. As we work to open in the fall, our focus continues to be bringing students and teachers back to school safely while following state and Department of Education guidelines. We anticipate that this guidance will continue to promote remote learning as well as in-person learning, social distancing, hand hygiene, and the appropriate use of protective measures and equipment to continue to protect everyone against the coronavirus. At this time, we anticipate that the state will come out next week with more guidance about how we will return in the fall. When we do return in the fall, we know that students have been out of school for a total of 61 days. That's 61 school days. And we will need to adjust our starting points because the school year ended in a different place. We will need to start in a different place with our curriculum and with our teaching. We will need to be prepared for students to come back having endured a traumatic event. We know that our students are going to need more support in special education, intervention services, as well as counseling to get back into the school routine in the fall. The good news is the leadership teams in Wakefield are working together to plan and problem solve, and we will get through whatever the pandemic presents next, and also we will work collaboratively to address whatever comes in the coming year in regard to the budget. We are steadfastly committed to support the learning, growth, and development of all of the students that we serve in the Wakefield Public Schools. This budget would not be possible without the support and vision of the school committee and town leadership. I would like to thank our school committee, our school business administrator, Christine Bufagna, along with our district and school leaders, town administrator Steve Mayo, FinCom Chair Dan Sherman, for the ongoing support. I would especially like to thank the Finance and Facilities Subcommittee and our FinCom liaisons. Thank you.
Mr. Sherman.
The Finance Committee unanimously supports this budget and would extend a thank you to the School Committee for allowing us to impose upon them a little bit of reduction. I know it was very hard for them and they got some big challenges ahead, but we will get through it, and so a unanimous support for the School Committee from the Finance Committee.
Discussion. David, you got any speakers out there? Okay. There being no discussion, the motion before you is set as made by Superintendent Lyons for the school department budget. All in favor? All opposed? Majority?
Thank you.
David, majority?
Yes, one negative vote.
Okay. Motion carries. Library, Steve?
That the town raise and appropriate the sum of $1,729,056 for the library department, and to provide therefore that the sum of $45,607 be appropriated by transfer to the library materials and supplies account from the library trust fund income available, and the sum of $1,683,449 be raised and appropriated from the tax levy as stated in the recommendation book.
Is there a second? Mr. Mayo?
The request for the library is $1,729,056. I'm happy to say that our materials and supplies or book budget actually exceeds the state's requirement. Our library director, Catherine McDonald, is doing an excellent job, and I know she looks forward to really ramping up the library again as we get into the different phases here. This budget has been hit, and some hours may be curtailed, and we hope to revisit this budget back in November. But the recommendation for the library is $1,729,056.
Mr. Sherman?
Well, the Finance Committee recommends favorable action is with the comment that we even notice that it's basically a flat budget from before, and the expectation is that the savings of roughly $50,000 is going to come at the expense of Sunday hours. I know that those Sunday hours are often popular, but it seemed to be the best course to eliminate those for the time being. The hope, I think, within the Finance Committee is that we can restore the Sunday hours when the library does reopen, but we're going to wait and see what happens come November. So favorable action, please, on this portion of the budget.
Any discussion on the library portion of the budget? Any speakers out there?
No.
Motion before you is as set forth by Mr. Mayo regarding the library under the budget. All in favor? All opposed? Majority? David, majority?
No negative votes.
Okay, motion carries.
That the town raise and appropriate the sum of $1,574,273 from the tax levy as stated in the recommendation book for the vocational school account.
Is there a second? Mr. Mayo?
Thank you. This budget represents an increase of $132,538 over last year and is totally based upon the number of students that we expect to be enrolled. We expect 82 students at the Northeastern Vocational School, which is an increase of 7, as well as 1 student at Minuteman Regional Lexington and 6 at Essex North Shore Regional in Danvers. And I do have a cautionary note. We do not know the exact number until school starts. So sometimes, as you know, we've come back in the fall or in the spring for change here. I want to tell you how wonderful we work with vocational school. They help us out in a lot of items, not only using their lot, but they'll do printing for us, they'll paint cars for us, they do a lot of things that doesn't show up in the budget. I speak frequently with Superintendent Dave DeBarry up there, and they are also embarking on a new school project, so that will be coming back to this town at a certain point. I'll also state that the vocational school did enter the GIC, which kept their numbers down, their costs down, which kept our costs down. The amount requested is $1,574,273.
Mr. Sherman?
Finance Committee recommends favorable action.
Discussion under the VOC section of the budget. Got any speakers out there? Okay. Being no further discussion, the motion before you is set forth under the VOC section of the budget. All in favor? All opposed, motion carries. Unclassified.
That the town raise and appropriate the sum of $2,336,776 for the unclassified portion of the budget as stated in the recommendation book, and provide therefore that $1,759,656 be raised and appropriated from the tax levy, and that $577,120 be raised from available funds.
Second.
The recommended total for the unclassified portion of the budget is $2,336,776, an increase of $63,248 over the current year's budget. This budget includes the new WCAT operations as in Article 1, or through our consent agenda, we approve the enterprise fund. The two main reasons for the increase in this budget is the increase in the general insurance portion of the budget and Medicare portion, which is due to the fact of a higher payroll. This account pays the town's share of 1.45% of pay for anyone hired after April 1st, 1986. The remaining portions of this fund are level funded. The recommended portion for the unclassified portion of Article 1 is $2,336,776.
Mr. Sherman.
Finance Committee supports this portion of the budget.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Bob McLaughlin, 376 Water Street. Through you, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to speak to the councilors about the budget for the Historical Commission. I brought this up at least the last couple of budget meetings, the last couple of years. I think $2,000 for the Historical Commission is really a very small sum given the fact of our budget. It's over $100 million. We can get a big economic incentive to bump up that number, possibly working with the Historical Commission through the councilors to take the lead on this. I would like to see interpretive signage throughout the town of Wakefield, particularly around Lake Quannapowitt, like they have in other cities and towns. I'd like to see plaques on houses. We have a lot of historic houses. I was just up in Ipswich a couple of days ago, and most of those houses and quite a few of those historic houses have plaques on them. And I'd like to, I would really think we'd get a positive economic impact on that if we could just bounce up the historic value of the town of Wakefield that we're so blessed to live in. Thank you so much.
Any speakers outside?
No speakers.
All right. Being no further discussion, the motion before you under the unclassified section of the budget as set forth by Mr. Mayo. All in favor? All opposed? Majority?
Majority.
Okay. Motion carries. Benefits and administration, Mr. Mayo.
That the sum of $17,618,590 be raised and appropriated from tax levy for benefits and administration as stated in the recommendation book.
Is there a second? Thank you. Mr. Mayo.
The amount requested for benefits and administration reflects an increase of $494,070 over last year's budget. That's less than 3%. The program of benefits provided by the employees' retirement system and the group insurance budget is set by statute, with the employees' contribution to the group insurance cost determined by negotiations. The appropriation for the retirement system for fiscal year 2021 is $5,396,407, reflecting an increase of $403,000 over last year. The appropriation is based on an amortization schedule the town initiated in fiscal year 1988 and updates every 2 years and is scheduled to end in fiscal year 2035. That's when Dan Sherman will all tell us here that we're paid up fully in our retirement. Correct? The workers' compensation budget request for fiscal year 2021 is down a tad, and that's due to less employee injuries, so good job in training and what have you. As you all know, the town is a member of the GIC. We made that commitment in 2012. That continues to pay the town dividends. It's a state insurance program, and included in our insurance budget is $1,600,000 for OPEB or other post-employee benefits. Like retirement, the town has to make sure that we have money in reserve to cover retiree employees' insurance. I have to give real kudos to our Human Resources Department. Karen Doucette and Amy Forziati, who do a great job of working with all town employees and retirees and actually moving them to to insurance programs that are not only more cost-effective for them as an individual, but also for the town. And they have avoided probably $600,000 in fees to the town in insurance in fiscal year 20. So great job. The recommendation for the benefits and administrative portion of Article 2, is $17,618,590.
Mr. Sherman.
The Finance Committee recommends favorable action on this portion of the budget.
Any discussion under this portion of the budget? Benefits and administration. Got any speakers outside?
No speakers.
Okay. All in favor of the motion? All opposed? Majority? Majority?
Majority.
Okay, motion carries. Light Department motions?
That the town appropriate the sum of $23,210 from the Light Department operation account to the non-contributory Veterans Pension account, and to appropriate the sum of $907,696 from the Light Operation account to the Contributory Retirement Pension Accumulation Fund account, and to appropriate the sum of $1,256,766 from the Light Operation account to the Employees Group Insurance account, and to appropriate the sum of $38,080 from the Light Operation account to the Workers' Compensation account, and that the balance of the receipts of the Municipal Gas and Light Department from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021 be appropriated for the use of the department for other expenditures, provided, however, that if the income from said department shall exceed the expenses of the department for said period of time, the use of the excess in whole or in part shall be determined by the Board of Light Commissioners.
Second.
Thank you. The final portion of this article allows for the orderly transfer of funds from the different accounts within the Wakefield Municipal Gas and Light Department to the town pension, group insurance, workers' comp, and retirement accounts as the Municipal Gas and Light Department employees partake in these programs and are funded not from the tax levy, but from the receipts of the Light Department.
Mr. Sherman.
Finance Committee supports this portion of the budget.
Discussion under the Light Department portion of the budget. Got any speakers outside?
No speakers.
Okay. Motion before you is as set under Light Department section of the budget as set forth by Mr. Mayo. All in favor? All opposed? Majority? Oh. Majority? David, you got a majority out there?
Majority.
Okay. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. That concludes the budget portion. Thank you.
What are we on now? Three? Three. Article 3 involves capital outlay. Motion. Oh. Frank, do you have a PowerPoint? Yes. Okay. All right. We'll let you guys set that up. You want to have you want to put your motion first? You want to put your motion? Okay. Read your motion.
Motion Article 3, capital outlay, that the town vote to raise and appropriate from tax levy the amount of $1,010,560 and transfer the amount of $112,500 from the sewer receipts account to the sewer department capital outlay, and the sum of $82,500 from the water receipts account to the water department capital outlay account to carry out the purposes of Article 3 as stated in the recommendation book.
Is there a second? Second. Frank, Leon, you're up.
Okay.
Thanks.
The entire plan is listed in the book. I'll have the PowerPoint review. What's that? I'll review some of the highlights and take any questions at the end. There's 5 committee members that we meet with, as many of the department heads as we can, and get all the information we can before we present to the Finance Committee and to the Town Council for approval. Our categories: prior year leases, fleet, facilities, roadways, miscellaneous, information technology, and then the water and sewer enterprise. We originally had a pre-pandemic budget of over $2 million, but due to the concerns and getting the budget down, we met again and went over and reviewed everything with the input from a lot of the directors, and we got it down to, as you can see, $1,010,560. Prior year leases stays the same. We couldn't go down with those, so that stays at $303,560. And next year, lease payments are scheduled to drop down to $176,000, including the items in this budget. Our fleet is at $227,000, which includes a replacement of a large sand plow truck. We're currently only putting one police cruiser in this budget. Hopefully, we'll be able to come back in November and add the other two. We originally approved 3. And then the skid steer loader for the DPW. Facilities include $130,000, which include replacement boiler at the Greenwood Fire Station, new faucets and flushometers at the Galvin Middle School, and tile floor replacement at the Senior Center. Roadways, we dropped it down to $35,000 for roadway patching improvements. Usually it's a lot bigger than that. Miscellaneous, $97,000, include fire department radio replacements and a DPW assessor GIS application development, which is software for the employees at the town hall. IT, information technology, is $218,000, and that includes new school department wireless access points for the entire school, and a couple library computers. Sewer enterprise, $112,000, includes 50% funding for a new utility truck, and then a high-velocity rebuild for their sewer truck that cleans out the pipes in the ground, and some miscellaneous upgrades. Water enterprise of $82,500 includes half of the utility truck as well, and some miscellaneous system improvements. That's it. Thank you. If you have any questions. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you gotta just give it a second. Mr. Sherman.
Finance Committee supports this budget, and although I think in November, if we do have the funds, I think this may be the first spot that we'll be putting the $1 million back in, because as I said earlier, maintaining our infrastructure is absolutely critical, but we're willing to delay $1 million until November and see what happens. But so we're in favor of this article as presented.
Any discussion under the capital outlay budget? Got any speakers out there?
No speakers.
Okay. Motion before you as set forth by Mr. Leone under the capital outlay. All in favor? All opposed? Majority?
All set. Yep. Thank you.
Majority.
Okay, motion carries. What are we up now? 4 is out, am I correct?
Yep, you're on.
Yeah, we've already done 4.
Article 5.
And we're on number 5. Okay. Here we go. Article 5, Public Safety Building. Mr. Mayo.
That the town appropriate the sum of $9.6 million for the remodeling, reconstructing, or making extraordinary repairs to, and for constructing additions to, the public safety building on Union Street, including the cost of originally equipping, furnishing, landscaping, paving, and performing other site improvements incidental or directly related to such remodeling, reconstruction, repair, additions, and new construction, and including architectural, surveying, and engineering fees and other costs incidental or related thereto. And to raise this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the town council, is authorized to borrow the sum of $9.6 million under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 7 of the general laws or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town thereof. Any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 20, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount.
Is there a second? Mr. Mayo, is the chief?
Yes, the police chief will be presenting a PowerPoint, and then some others will be chiming in. Thank you.
Well, the chief and I have been through his PowerPoint. It's approved. I just got to tell everybody we're on 5-minute time limit. 4 against, up or down. I just want you to know, so I don't want anyone to think that I'm singling them out when I give them their 1-minute warning. But Chief, you're all set to go on this. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Steve Scory, Police Chief. Article 5 addresses the need for additional space and renovation to the existing police side of the public safety building. The current building is 70 years old. It's undersized and has a poor layout that is not efficient for modern policing. The Wakefield Police Department is a leader in modern policing and sets standards for other departments to follow. The job description of police officers evolves faster than any other profession. When a new problem plagues society, it is the police who become the go-to agency. We have assumed the lead role in the opioid crisis, homelessness, and mental health. Our services and follow-up to those affected by domestic violence are more thorough, advanced, and long-term than at any point in the past. School resource officers have become an important part of the faculty in our schools. To help meet the increased demand for our services, we have partnered with an addiction recovery coach, a mental health clinician, and an advocate for those who are victims of domestic violence. These partners have become important members of the Wakefield Police Department. To meet our goal of providing the best services, we must give our employees adequate space to perform their duties, and the building must be designed to best serve the public. The public should be met by an officer in the lobby of the building, and there should be a private space for people reporting or dealing with sensitive issues. There should be an improved workflow to the building for employees whose work is interrelated. This proposed project is an investment in your police department and your community. It will allow us to meet our needs now and in the future. I'd like to take you to a PowerPoint that will show you the deficiencies of the current building. After the special election in 2018, the town council appointed a public safety building reassessment committee to look at the current building. This reassessment committee was made up of the town administrator, Steve Mayo, town councilor, Ed Dombrowski, myself, the deputy chief, the fire chief, members of the permanent building committee, members of the Wakefield Alliance Against Violence, members of our finance committee, 2 public members at large, a member of the Board of Health, the DPW director, as well as the emergency management director. What you see on the top left is what the building looked like in 1950 when it was finished. In 1950, it had 9,405 square feet of operational space, and it was designed for 34 police officers, 1 civilian. In 1950, there were 4,000 calls for service. What you see on the bottom right is how the building looks now. In 2020, we have 10,002 square feet of operational space. We have 47 full-time police officers, 1 reserve officer, 1 support staff, 1 mental health clinician, 1 recovery coach, 1 respond advocate, 2 parking enforcement officers, and we answered close to 18,900 calls for service last year. When the public safety building renovation was done in the early 2000s, the existing structure was used for the police side renovation. It is now a 70-year-old building. The fireside was built new in 2003 and extends out to the sidewalk. You can see in the bottom right photo how the fireside extends to the sidewalk and how in the bottom left photo, the police station does not. The existing building was used in 2003. Here we see the addition that was put on the building, on the police side of the building in 2003. This did not result in the addition of any critical space for police operations. This police building addition houses the 911 room, the electrical room, the boiler room, the generator, the radio system room, the IT room, and the elevator room. There are water leaks from the roof in several areas, including the IT equipment room. There are temperature control issues with these rooms, and as a result, we've had to install alarm systems in dispatch to alert dispatch officers of any overheating issues. Also, the fire suppression system in these areas is water, which is an issue with the electronic equipment. In 2017, there was an independent study done of the public safety building by HKT Architects. What they found was that the police department building is undersized. The front lobby area has accessibility and safety issues. There are water leaks and temperature control issues, which create a critical risk to 911 system and IT equipment. There are environmental issues. The evidence storage room is not located in a proper area and is too small and not properly ventilated. The overall layout is not conducive to best practices. An analysis determined that the most efficient and cost-effective means to add usable space would be through structurally independent horizontal additions adjacent to the existing building. What you see here are photos of the existing lobby. The lobby is not user-friendly. Guiding signs have been installed to assist the public find their way through the lobby. The police records officers are constantly directing walk-ins to the fire department, and the lobby is only staffed during regular business hours during the week. If you come in during non-business hours or on weekends, you need to pick up this telephone to get police assistance. The phone rings in dispatch, where the officers are tied to the telephones, the 911 system, and the radio. They're required to call an officer in from the street to help the person in the lobby, which results in the critical response time being lost. Here you see the existing police first level. We have locker rooms that are unused. The locker rooms have unusable lockers due to columns. Both the male and female locker rooms are nearly at capacity due to lockers needing to be used for storage. There are two small storage rooms on the first floor that are each 5 feet wide that had to be converted into office space. What you see on the left is where our clinician works from. This was a storage closet converted into an office. You see that it has no windows and is poorly ventilated. On the right is Officer Rando's office, the Family Services office. This was also a storage area. No windows and poor ventilation. Both of those rooms are only 5 feet wide. Also on the first level, the K-9 storage area is really the water services room. We've lost some valuable equipment to mold by having it stored in that area, but there's really nowhere else to put it. The roll call room is far too small for daily briefings and training. We have very limited storage. Bicycles and other equipment are stored in hallways. Here you see in the top left, those are our police bicycles. Those are stored under a stairwell. The recovered property room, which is in the garage, is almost unusable because items become filthy. Some items are stored on blocks due to water damage. And equipment stored off-site is difficult to access. It's really not practical. Here we have the prisoner bay, which is on the back side of the building. It's too small and creates safety issues. You can see from the pictures that the van barely fits in there. The back of the van goes right up to the wall, and the front of the van is right at the door. There are two ways to put prisoners in this van. One's on the side, on the rear door. If we need to put prisoners in the back of the van, we need to open the secure door, pull the van forward, which creates an exit, and then put the prisoner into the van. The picture on the top left is the other bay in the Sally Port. You can see there's a support column that comes down almost right in the middle of the drive-in there. That makes it difficult for officers to pull cruisers into the Sally Port and to remove a prisoner from the vehicle and escort them into the detention area. What you see on the bottom right is what used to be, what was designed for, the bicycle storage room. The items that were displaced from making the clinician's office and the family services office had to be put into that bicycle room. This is now used as our armory, which is why the bicycles are now stored in a stairwell. These pictures depict the proposed addition. The top picture is what the front of the building will look like, and the bottom is the rear of the building. The front of the police side will be bumped out to match the fire side. The new entry will provide intuitive flow foot traffic for citizens to access police and fire representatives. The new dispatch center location in the lobby will allow for 24-hour access to citizens. The addition will create a facility that accommodates both present and future needs. What you see here is a diagram of the proposed first floor. Any area shaded in blue, bordered by a broken yellow line, is what we've identified as future additional space. The lobby has been moved over. There's a new entryway, which is depicted by the red arrow. So when you enter the lobby, on your right, you'll be able to access the fire services. Straight ahead would be dispatch, which now has a third dispatch station. That becomes important during any kind of natural disaster, or if we have a special event, such as the 4th of July, we need to staff a third dispatcher. On your left-hand side would be the records office. The records office is integral. It's important that it's in the lobby. They do firearms licensing, they do solicitor permits, and they meet the demand for Freedom of Information Act requests. Also very important in the lobby area, you'll see an interview room. What makes this room so important is this is an area for us to take somebody who might be a victim of domestic violence, somebody who's having a sensitive family issue, to take them away from the lobby where other people can't hear what their story, what they're telling us. It's a place for our clinician or a family services officer to meet with somebody. And it will also be a secure area where a dispatcher, an officer in dispatch, can quickly get somebody into a locked area. You also see what's called the future locker room. That is what is now the current female locker room. The problem with that is we currently have 4 female officers. This is a cramped space. There are 8 lockers in there, but they're very small. We're going to move them into a new locker room, which you'll see on the left. It's bigger. It has 10 lockers, much more space. This future locker room will be used for overflow. What you see in the bottom of the photo is where the first floor addition to the building will be. This will almost double the size of our evidence storage area. Right now, the evidence storage area is cramped, it's full, it's almost out of space. This will allow us more space for turnover, allow us more time for turnover of evidence. There's more space for seized weapons, and there's more space for seized drugs. Here you see the second floor plan. I'll start at the top of the diagram with the green arrows. You'll see a 10-foot bump out to the sally port. This will allow us more space for the prisoner van and any cruiser that needs to pull into the sally port. We can safely load and unload prisoners. To the right of the sally port, we've increased our storage area by eliminating one of the men's cells and walling off the hallway in the men's cell area. These 2 storage areas are critical. Right now we have no storage. There's nowhere to store anything. On the bottom of the screen, you see a future family services officer position or an area for a future family services officer, or maybe even a clinician. The most important thing about the second floor is it puts all of our people together. It puts patrol together. It puts detectives together. It puts the family services officer and the clinician and the recovery coach together. These people all work hand in hand. They need to be on the same floor. They need to be near each other. They talk. They need to be able to talk to each other without running up and down stairwells. Detectives have been moved to the second floor. You see the future space for future detectives if we need to add more. Roll call is now on the second floor. The room is much bigger. It will allow for training. The report writing room for patrol is also on the second floor. Here we have the third floor plan. This is where the command staff would work from, including the sergeants. Right now, our sergeants do not have a dedicated office. All of our sergeants have additional responsibilities in addition to patrol. They need areas to store files, anything related to their work. They need workstations. So we've created the sergeant's office. It has 2 workstations and enough file space for all the sergeants. We have 2 rooms identified as future offices. These also could be used as storage. We have another future office space or storage space. We have an adequate conference room. Right now, we do not have an adequate conference room. We don't have an area for the command staff to meet and have a conversation. This is where myself, the deputy chief, our administrative assistant, and the lieutenants would also work from. Everybody in the command staff will be consolidated to the third floor. So what are the project benefits? Dispatch would move to the lobby along with the records division to make the public safety building more user-friendly for our customers. There would be immediate access to an officer in an emergency. Privacy concerns for sensitive cases would be alleviated. The layout of the building would be reconfigured to better serve the officers and utilize best practices. Prisoner security in the Sally Port would be upgraded. System upgrades would protect our critical infrastructure, and we would have an increase in operational space. The current police department space, the total area of the police side of the public safety building, including the shared space such as the garage, lobby, community room, and mechanical equipment, is 25,381 square feet. The garage equals 8,730 square feet. The lobby and community room equal 1,797 square feet. The mechanical equipment equals 4,852 square feet. This leaves 10,002 square feet of operational space for the police department. Prior to the 2003 renovation, the total area of the police station was 11,491 square feet, which included the garage and mechanical area. The garage equaled 1,740 square feet. The mechanical area equaled 346 square feet. The total area of operational space for the police department prior to renovation was 9,405 square feet. So the renovation completed in 2003 only added 597 square feet of operational space to the police department. This space was accounted for by the Sally Port, which is 620 square feet. This plan allows for growth in the future. The proposed project would create an additional 4,192 square feet of operational space, which is an increase of more than 40%. The increase in operational space meets our current needs and will allow for future growth. It will allow our police department to grow with the community and create space for additional support personnel. This is a photo from the 1949 Wakefield Annual Town Report, and it was about the construction of the police building in 1950. And quoted inside of that, it says, "This building should be large enough to house the department for the next 20 or 25 years. Well, here we are 70 years later working out of the same building. So how do we finance this? This is where I turn it over to Mr. Mayo.
Thank you, Chief, for that excellent presentation. So we've spent a lot of time talking about how do we finance the renovation of the police department. And let me say this, because there's a lot of confusion out there still. This is not a 2.5 override. There is no increase of your taxes. This will be handled within our current budget, just so everyone's clear on that. Whoops, wrong way. So the current public safety building, we talked about this, and Dan Sherman talked about it in his opening remarks tonight. The current bond payment is $591,600. That's for the current renovation that really handled the fire side that was done a number of years ago. That expires in next fiscal year. Under the police station, under the new policy, if this were to pass, the projected bond payment for fiscal year 22, which would be next fiscal year, because we wouldn't pay anything until then, so there'd no affection on this fiscal year, would be $168,000. Then it would run up to $361,000 because now we will have drawn down almost all of the money. And then 2024 and 2025, it would be in the $400,000 range. What's interesting about bond payments, and I know I find it interesting, I think the Finance Committee finds it interesting, Kevin Gills here, he finds it interesting, John McCarthy, our treasurer, finds it interesting, and we're very strange for finding it interesting, believe me, is that they will shift up and down as you go out into the market. So you go out to the market once, and you may get a bid on a couple of years for this amount, a couple of years for that amount, and so that you actually are mixing different rates. I will tell you, I projected all of this on a rate of 4%, which is high under today's standards. High because Wakefield has a AAA bond rating, high because that's what the markets are doing right now. But I don't know where the markets are going to go. So ostensibly, our bond payments for this, in most years, will be less than we're paying now. It's an important distinction. So what happens to our overall bond payment? And we're going to talk about that in Article 10, but we have alluded to it. So our bond payment that we're going to hopefully approve in Article 10 tonight, which does not include the police station, the newly renovated police station, does not include the road bond that's coming up, does not include the the drainage bond that's coming up, does not include the Greenwood Fire roof, the Greenwood School roof. Doesn't include any of that. Our bond payment projected for fiscal year 21, which we're going to handle tonight, for these items, plus we'll throw the Galvin on top of it, and that's outside of 2.5, is $2,648 and $2,248,219. It's the same in fiscal year 22. It's the same in fiscal year 25. It's the same in fiscal year 50, if we choose to keep going that long. So what my point is here is that think of this like it's your home, okay? You had a second mortgage on your home, and you got that second mortgage to redo your kitchen, and you ran that out over 5 years. Cost you $200 a month, okay? Good old days, right? When you can do a kitchen for $200 a month, okay? Kitchen is done, and you've been enjoying it. You paid the $200 a month for 10 years. Now it's all over, and you decide, you know what? I'd like to put on a second floor, okay? I'm used to paying that $200 a month. Now I'm going to put on the second floor, and lo and behold, I'm going to fit that payment within that $200 a month because I can handle it. So that's really what we did there. We challenged our bond counsel to come out with a program that would keep our payments the same, dollar-wise, over the next number of years. And I think they did a great job, and I want to thank the Finance Committee and the Forecast Committee for going through that, which shows that if we keep level funding our bond payments over the next number of years and beyond, we're going to handle all of these projects, okay? That's number one. But number two, what's really exciting is that we have other projects that are going to be falling off. We talked about the senior center falling off. We talked about the public safety building Fireside falling off. We're going to talk about the athletic fields that we did a few years ago falling off, okay? So as items fall off, and as we actually pay down the current ones that we're talking about tonight as well, our actual bond portfolio, or actually our debt service balance, will grow a little bit. So if we kept that the same, you can think about that. In fiscal year 25, we'd have $1 million in there that we could put into another project, okay? In fiscal year 30, $2 million. And then it really gets fun in fiscal year 35 and 50 if we keep this program. So what a great program the debt service was. I want to thank Phil McCarty, and I'm sure he's looking down on this, and he'd tell me, as I know Phil McCarty, you should have go for more, Steve, put more into that, as he told me all the time. But what a great program this will be, and enable us to handle other items like a DPW garage. So we can certainly do it within our 2.5, within our current tax levy, and keeping the bond payment the same as we're putting this fiscal year that doesn't include this project next year, when it will include it in years beyond, including the other projects we're going to talk about tonight, including the roads. So we've been through this with Finance Committee and the Forecasting Committee. I think it's a great solution for a problem that sorely needs to be fixed. And I want to thank the police chief and the police department for working and living with this. And I really encourage everyone to vote for this so we can get this going. And the other issue is that right now may be a very good time to go out to bid because of the state of the economy. Thank you.
You're first. You're next.
So the Finance Committee looked at this pretty carefully and discussed it at length, and is 100% agreement with both the chief and Mr. Mayo regarding the building, the need. This is past due. We should have done something with the police side of the public safety years ago. And the financing does make sense. We're able to use the debt service fund to get through no increases in tax levy and so forth. So all the economics seem to work. And so Finance Committee unanimously voted in favor of supporting this article.
Mr. Dombrowski.
Good morning again, everyone. Ed Dombrowski of the Town Council, and I served as the chair of the Public Safety Building Reassessment Committee. I first want to thank that committee for its incredible work. We had a committee of 16 people who dedicated nearly a year to this reevaluation of this project. And I think it's important for everyone to understand that when we convened our first meeting, we came in with no preconceived notions, aside from the fact that needs existed and we needed to figure out how to most creatively address those needs. We didn't come in with the understanding that the project that had previously been before town meeting back in 2018 was the project to go with. And in fact, we came in with open minds. And again, I thank everyone in the committee, the 16 members, for doing just that. Over the course of our work, we early on determined that there were 4 areas to consider. One was to consider whether we could change the building scope. Can the building look different? Can we do different things? Can we downscale it a bit? What can we do to perhaps look at it from a cost perspective or a function perspective? The next was an alternative site review. A lot of discussion happened after town meeting, and I remember when this was last before town meeting, it passed pretty overwhelmingly, but then ultimately it was defeated in a vote that followed. But we looked at other sites. We explored opportunities, and the bottom line is there weren't other sites within town that were workable. And if we could build a new facility, of course, that's what the police department would want. I think we'd all love that. That comes at a much higher price tag. It's about $25–30 million at least, plus the cost of acquisition of land. Land, mind you, that we determined wasn't available. And so that we really ruled that out. There's also a lot of concern about funding sources. Appropriate question. Anytime we can find alternate sources for funding, let's do it. We do that on a regular basis. Mr. Mayo, along with our finance committee representative, looked into that in detail. You heard about Malden. They were able to do a project where there was a lot of grant money involved. Very different circumstances, criteria that we weren't meeting. So that wasn't an option for us. And then finally, we asked the police department to do some introspection and look at their priorities and decide what could be done differently. You know, if you don't have this, then what happens? And the bottom line is, this is a very complex building because of the way it's very old and the way that it's structured. And so when you're making renovations, it's not like an addition onto your home where it's easy, you just build out. There are a lot of other considerations. It's multi-level, it's on the first floor on one side, it's on the second floor on another. There were a lot of considerations that went into that. But I commend the police department for going through and really doing a deep dive to determine what we could do differently relative to it. I think the most important thing is at the end of the day, the committee of 16 determined that the project is the best, most cost-effective way of resolving problems that we have to resolve. Unfortunately, there was a cost to inaction. And so over the 2 years that have passed, a project that was estimated around $8 million is now at $1.6 million. That pains me to report that. But it was also at the time anticipated that the project cost would continue to go up. There is some silver lining, as Mr. Mayo said. Some indicators might suggest that the project may come in a bit under budget based upon the current construction climate. We don't know, and we won't know until we put it out to bid. But also, a lot of people are saying, this is a postage stamp size site. How are you going to be able to make everything work? Are we just you're pouring $9.6 million into a project that's not going to work? The bottom line is no. As Chief pointed out, this adds 40% of operational space for the department. Remember, back in 1950, we had 34 officers. In 2020, we have 47 officers. And they're working in ostensibly the same space. We're expanding their space by 40% by adding just over 4,142 square feet. Also keep in mind that the demands on our department have increased considerably. In 1950, about 4,000 calls annually. In 2020, over 19,000 calls. That's a real significant consideration because also the nature of the calls have changed. As Chief pointed out, we have a lot of other issues that the police department is helping the community through. Substance issues, mental health issues, domestic violence issues. The composition of the police department today is different than it was back in 1950 and undoubtedly will be different in the years to come. So this is a forward-looking plan. This is a plan that will ensure that we have the capacity to grow our department and grow our services, and it's the most cost-effective way of addressing the needs that are immediate and needs that we as a community need to address for the benefit of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion under the motion under Article 5. Mr. McLaughlin.
Bob McLaughlin, 376 Water Street. Just for the record, and this is somebody that works in rehab and gut buildings, and I've been doing it on the commercial and residential aspects for years. I'm not counting this as a 70-year-old building. I'm counting it as a 16-year-old building. Granted, the shell is 70 years old, but when you go and you gut the entire building and you put all new infrastructure in it and rearrange the office spaces, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that, in my opinion, that's when the clock starts. I'd like to just review for a few moments to the audience here, how we got here. Back in 1993, there was a special town meeting in May, and that town meeting approved $50,000 for designs for both a new public safety building. At the time, they were looking at a new town hall. So groundbreaking, and basically the designs for the public safety building were drawn up by 1997. Groundbreaking took place May 2nd, 2002. So there was approximately 9 years of time that elapsed to get this building right. This is way back, this is before the building was even built. All the concerns about space and all this other stuff should have been dealt with back then, and if it hadn't been, perhaps then we probably never should have rehabbed that building to begin with. I recall suggesting that we build a new public safety building and double-deck it with a town hall back where Mike's Gym was available, the site for Mike's Gym. That was empty at the time. And we could have just moved in on a weekend like Saugus did with their building. Going back, also in the Wayback Machine, there's a lot of concerns about the HVAC system, some of the other stuff. In my opinion, that should have been dealt with on the first one-year warranty that building was under operation. I don't know why it wasn't, but it should have been. In addition to that, we just passed Article 3. It's called Capital Outlay. Why a lot of these issues haven't been addressed in the last 12, 13, 14 years, 15 years with the capital. It's on page 25. There's a lot of issues that come up year to year, obviously in town buildings, just like our houses. That should have been done and could have been done and still could be done. So going back a couple years ago, yes. The town voted, we had a special election on article, the article that passed, Article 8, and over 1,000 voters rejected the original plan, the plan that we're in front of us right now. So here we are 2 years later. Now, one of the things that came up on the original design, and the reason that we're having a problem with this lobby issue is because during the design process, there was a potential use of civilian dispatches for the fire and the police, and according to reporting of the day, that never materialized. Unfortunately, the construction went forward, and that issue was never resolved. So therefore, the dispatch went up to the second floor, and that's why we had an empty lobby. There was supposed to be a civilian dispatcher there. And that came up, in fact, it came up a couple of months after the building was opened. At that time, they actually, they had a budget number and they wanted to move that desk down to the first floor. It just never got done. So we're basically picking up where we left off, several years ago. Now, I don't have an issue with fixing any of the stuff in the police station or the firehouse for that matter. I have an issue with putting a bump on the building. That is a budget buster in my opinion. I would prefer to go out, research. It seems like I've heard we can't find any property. Well, the developers aren't having any problem finding property all over town. Every time I turn around, they're knocking something down. The Boyd home, we could have grabbed that site, for instance. That would have been a great place for a police station. But that's where we are. So I'm not in favor of this. Yeah, I'm not in favor of this whatsoever. Now, I hope they have Plan B. Because if I'm a subcontractor on that job and I'm trying to rehab that building with the building in operation, dealing with communication lines, electricity, water, air conditioning, and heat, and trying to keep that building buzzing why it's under construction. This is why people move out of these buildings. So they should have a plan B, move over to the Herd School or go someplace. But to work in that building, rehab it under these conditions is absolutely ridiculous. So I think we, like I said 2 years ago, I don't mind spending something, but I have a real problem spending this amount of money on that building. Thank you.
Yeah. You're an official. You can come up here. Thanks, Joe.
Joe Bertrand, 7 Shumway Circle. Just want to correct some historical statements that were made there. In 1992, this body, the town meeting, appointed a public building safety committee, and during that time period, for approximately 3 years, we studied the possibility of building a new police station. And we designed a new police station. And that police station was to be located on North Ave, and the fire station was going to be remain in the present location where it was. That went up for a vote for 2.5 override. It was defeated. We did not spend 9 years designing that building. After the defeat of the 2.5 override, we went back to work, taking several years to relook at the situation. In the meantime, the debt service fund was created, and we were given essentially limited amount of money to do this. The problem at the time was not the police department. The problem at the time was the fire station. The structural issues were so bad that the floor in which the fire trucks were parked on was going to end up in the basement. So something had to be done. And it was done. We spent $10 million, the town spent $10 million on rehabbing that area. We built approximately 90% of that was spent on the fire station, not on the police station. At the time, the design, there was no family services, there was no clinician, there was no recovery people in the 1990s, and none of that was there. We listened to the professionals, the building committee did, that were provided, including the police chief and the architects. And that was the design that was provided. At the time period, it was anticipated, and it was hoped, not by the building committee, but by the Board of Selectmen, that they were going to have civilian dispatchers. That was the coming thing that was happening not only around the area, but in Boston. It had to be negotiated, and that did not occur. So the design was created for the additional police officers so that a police officer could be down in the lobby, but they couldn't be because of the lack of civilian dispatches, because the economy turned a little worse, and you could not increase the police department. This project will solve essentially what we were not able to do due to monetary issues and fiscal issues. We looked at if we build a new police station now, there was a town in Pembroke that is similar size and needed a new police station, and it cost them $35 million. Here, we're going to spend, hopefully, less than 9.6. It's economically feasible. I was the chair of the Public Building Safety Committee, and it took 11 years to do this. I beg you, please don't take 11 years to fix the police station. Thank you.
Yep. In the back.
Hi, I'm Erin Creasos, 141A Broadway. With all due respect to the gentleman that spoke before me that had a lot of research, I'm going to ask that we vote in favor of this. I was at last year's town meeting. I listened to the no vote say that they would do their research, ask the town to have more public input. I also saw the several calls going out for public participation in that committee that required several requests. We continue to put Band-Aids on things that require significant fixing. Band-Aids in the long term cost us significantly more money than what's being asked for right now. I have 2 children with medical needs. I've had to call 911 twice, and our police officers were the first to respond by a significant amount of time. One time, my daughter was just an infant and was choking. They need more space to continue to help us. I see a lot of comments online pitting services of the police versus the schools. All of these facilities are here to help us maintain a progressive future, a safe future, and when we tell them to go back and get research, they do that, and then they present that research, and the town sends the message that we want them to do more. It's unacceptable, and it is time to fix the problem instead of slapping a Band-Aid on it and hoping that we don't have more leakage and more disease and more injury in the future. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Let me check out in the party tent. Any speakers out there?
One coming up right now.
Okay, we'll go with that one. Ian, thank you. You're going to get your merit badge now that you've taken over for the Boy Scout.
One speaker.
Okay, we're gonna go with your speaker on the outside there, David.
Hi, I'm Jillian King, 3 Old Nahant Road. I agree that some of these things do sound like they do need addressing, but many of them sound like nice tos, not need tos. And it's going to cost us $9.6 million eventually. It's a loan. We're going to have to pay it back. Our school, the one that we're in right now, is in deplorable, shocking condition. It seems like perhaps the chief or whoever it was who spoke earlier could go back and look at things that really need to be addressed. The issue that we do not have someone in the lobby on the weekends, that is not a structural issue. Put someone in the lobby on the weekends. We'll pay them whatever we pay them during the week. I'm sure it would be a lot less. Thank you.
You're up in the back.
Benny Wheat, 44 Miriam Street. So I have 2 questions. One is, it concerns me that the renovations that were done whenever it was 10 years ago seem to be so messed up, like to have built a sally port that doesn't fit a van in it. So I don't know that there is a way for you to answer this question, anybody, but how do we know that if we're going to pay $9.6 million, it's not going to be all jacked up?
You want to take it? Yeah.
We're much better at doing this than we were before. A charter change occurred that created the Permanent Building Committee. Years ago, whenever there was a particular project, there would be a separate project-oriented committee created by the moderator, which was great, but you've got a lot of people that maybe were really interested in that committee, but maybe didn't have a lot of global experience in architecture or HVAC work or what have you. So that's changed, number one. We have a permanent building committee, and I would judge them on the projects that we've done recently. The Galvin School, the Walton School, things like that, the senior center, things that they have done. That's number one. Number two is that the state of Massachusetts now requires an owner's project manager be hired, and so we really have a full-time clerk of the works there that will be representing us, the town, like we had on the Galvin. We did not have that on the public safety building fireside one, just because that wasn't part of the projects at the time, and it was a volunteer, kind of a citizen that kind of helped out. So I think those two give me a lot of hope.
And the other question I have is a financial question as well, which is, I understand that the debt service fund sounds like a really great program, but I don't really understand how it works. So the money that goes into the debt service fund has to come from somewhere, right? So
That money from the debt service fund, and we'll talk about in Article 10, I believe it is, that comes from either the regular tax levy, like it does every year, and if the town does decide to do a 2.5 override, which we did for the Galvin, then that money comes in, outside of our normal tax pie, comes out of that into there. So yes, it's all taxpayer money. But as I pointed out, I think the amounts going into that are going to be the same for the inside tax service over the next years. Okay? And to answer the questions on the high school is probably $170 million project, okay? That will have to be a 2.5 override. That amount on its own is going to be $5 million a year.
thank you.
Mr. Mitchell.
Hi, Bob Mitchell, 6 Balding Street. I want to say that I was a member of the Public Safety Building Committee, and it was a great experience, so thank you for that. I am speaking as a citizen, though. As I discard my mask momentarily, I realize we were all wearing masks, and we're in the middle of a fiscal crisis. Unemployment is high. We all know. I don't need to go into that. But there is an ache or a pit in my stomach that is concerned about local, state, federal, and global economics. We just don't know. In fact, the FinCom member said, prior presentation today, we have a lot of capital projects that need attention. State aid is decreasing. A lot of unknowns. Guesses. Now predicting some difficult times. We'll see what happens. Well, $10 million is a significant amount of money, and it's a little irritating that we're still funding the initial construction effort. You haven't even finished paying for that yet, and we're back to the mill. Town Administrator Mayo said that the police department that we have was one of only 20 in the state that is accredited. There are about 300 towns in Massachusetts. We've got top 20. We have an excellent police department. We saw that prior amendment to pull them out of the schools, go right down. That didn't get a second. They're very well funded, and I support their funding. They're super trained, and with all the stuff going on outside of Wakefield, we are really lucky to have them. They provide superb services, and I think we all know that, and I want that to continue. However, we are in a fiscal issue where some municipalities are cutting municipal employees. I don't want to see that happen. I'm a little concerned about just the construction effort, not the whole project in general. I don't disagree with any of the issues. Some of them are minor. Some of them can be remedied fairly easily. This dispatch center is obviously a big issue. But as Councilman Dombrowski said, this is a complex building, which is part of the problem here. You have to understand the structure. The basement is a piece of junk. The structural engineer said, we're not going into that. The attic, if you will, is a lot of available space, but that's insufficient. Cost benefits is not sufficient to go up there and restructure it. So the bottom and the top of this building is insufficient 20 years ago. Now, anyone who knows construction, do you really want to drop $10 million into that construction effort, regardless of what it is, regardless of who it's for? I just don't like the project. I think we do have a lot of options going forward. As I said before, I'm supportive of all sorts of options. Don't need to go into that detail because that's not what we're voting on. So that's basically it. I'm hugely supportive of the police station, making sure that we can fund them in the future, great training and so forth. Hugely supportive of all the municipalities. Want to see that funded and make sure that we can fund that over the next year or two. But I just don't like this specific construction effort. What you get for $10 million, what do you get? You get about 4,000 square feet. That's a lot of expense due to the nature of the construction, how they got to build an independent structure, then weave it into a current building that has a lot of deficiencies. And, and then also the big question is, it's never been answered to my satisfaction. It won't be answered here to my satisfaction. When they did the prior job, the police guys moved to the Montrose School. I can't believe that they're going to stay in there during a $10 million effort. Prisoners, weapons, evidence rooms. I would just raise that question. I think it's a huge concern that may happen. And then what is the cost of that? That we're not including in here.
30 seconds.
So tonight, I'm all set. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I have a speaker.
Okay. All right, speaker outside.
Hi, my name is James King. I live at number 3 Old Nahant Road, Wakefield, Massachusetts. A few moments ago, one of the gentlemen speaking suggested that we could allocate as much as $2 to $5 million for the renovation of the high school. For the last 2 years, I have taught in our town's elementary schools. I teach chess. It's a kind of logic game. It teaches reasoning and deduction and critical thinking and forethought. I'm going to note in this briefing in which you suggest to borrow the sum of $9.6 million under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 7 of the General Laws, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. The therefore is misspelled. Therefore is spelled T-H-E-R-E-F-O-R-E. Therefore. Our schools are struggling and they need it more. I would not say that to allocate funding to the public safety building is wrong. I would only say that I firmly feel, as a person who has taught in our schools and who is reading this very poorly written briefing, which you have written in favor of this, that the schools need it so much more. The children need it so much more. And if all of you had gotten a better education, I wouldn't be reading your typos. So thank you so much. Please do not vote in favor of this. This is just really a terrible idea. Thank you.
Charlie McCauley, 32 Lawrence Street. A few questions on the funding issue, and concerning also the location of the existing departmental members of the police department and their location if the building goes forward. It's obvious to me that they're not going to be able to stay in the building while the renovation is going on and the building is going on, so they must be placed somewhere. There's a cost in moving, there's a cost in renovating wherever they're going to be, and then a cost of moving back. What is that projected cost?
Steve, you have that, or the chief? Oh, Joe, okay.
During the original review of the building by HKT Architects with the Permanent Building Committee back in 2017 and 2018, and then went before town meeting, it was determined from the police department that we were able to do that construction because most of it is a bump out that is new, that is not going to be affected by any present activities that they're going to conduct, bumping out into the front and bumping out into the back, and any kind of interior, excuse me, any kind of interior work that's going to be done, the police department are going to be able to use the community room for their offices. And so the police department was willing, and it is important to save that money to go to some other location, because as you mentioned, when we did the previous building, we did have to relocate it for a short period of time at the Montrose School. We will not have to do that here because we're bumping out, not doing a lot of renovation inside. And when the renovation inside is going to be done, the police is going to move to the community room to save money.
What would be the public entrance to the building during the construction period? Because the main entrance is being renovated completely. Where's the public's entrance going to be?
The public entrance is going to remain where it is until, essentially, this is going to be done in phases. And that's one of the, there's a huge report on it, that we would be phasing this particular operation. So the public entrance would still remain where it is right now until the next entrance, which is adjacent to it, is available, and then it'll move to that.
So the short answer is no additional cost for moving people around, relocating them, and so forth.
That's correct, John.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
Oh, yeah. We got one more. He was in line. Mr. Simpson, as a citizen.
This Dan, excuse me, Dan Sherman, 16 High Street. I'm going to go back because there's a great list of benefits to this, but there's one item that I think is sort of missing that we didn't really touch on. It's important to me. One of the previous speakers talked about the fact we have a top-notch police department, which we do, accredited and so forth. But it's going to be really difficult to continue to recruit new police officers if the facilities that we're providing are so poor. And right now, they are really poor. And so if we want to keep a top-notch police department, we need to be able to provide them the tools and the means to continue to do their job as efficiently and as best as possible, something we've come to expect and have received for the last several, at least the last couple of decades that I've been around. So one of the benefits that really should be emphasized is that if we want to attract the best and the finest, we need to give them the right tools and facilities to do that work. So I, again, encourage everybody to support this particular article. Thank you.
Phil Renzi, 8 Morgan Ave in Wakefield. I served in the Permanent Building Committee in the first working group for this project, so there was a working group before the second one. And we went into that with no preconceived notions either. And we went through a series of programming meetings with the police department and the consultants and the engineers and heard about the police department's days and shifts and physical needs and toured the property and presented the plan, which is being represented several years after it was turned down on an override vote, or whatever you call it. So the need is still there. The history lesson was important that we heard from the earlier gentleman of the history of this building. We saw some current slides of people working out of closets, like clinicians and family crisis workers. We saw, bike rooms being used as ammo rooms, and it's unacceptable to believe that people would not support this vote, in my opinion, because there's other projects in town. There's always going to be other projects in town, and we've already ignored this. It's gone up in price. It's going to go up in price again, and the police department's working out of closets. So I really hope that people support this and vote in favor of this article. Thank you.
Any speakers outside, David?
No speakers.
Okay. Are you up, Mr. Scott? Sure you can.
As I usually say at town meeting, I'll be the soul of brevity. I voted for it last year, and too bad we didn't do it last year because this costing us the same thing, $1.5 million. But I think under the circumstances, it's going to be helpful, beneficial for the town of Wakefield, and I'm all for it. It's an expenditure, but I think it's in the best interest of the town and be very helpful for the police department. Thank you.
This is your second time, Mr. Dombrowski. 2 minutes. You're on the clock. Everybody knows
I
it.
just wanted to make sure that, and reiterate that you're all asking very good questions, and these were all questions that the Reassessment Committee has considered. So, and we've given a lot of thought to everything that you've said here. I know that when Mr. Mitchell was speaking, he was talking about the fact that it's irritating to think about having spent money in the past and then having to do more work now. Again, keep in mind, we only added about 500 square feet to the police side of the public safety building back in 2003. So that really wasn't a renovation of the police side, it was a renovation of the fire side. But if we're irritated about that, think about where we'd be 2 years from now, because this need will continue to exist. It's not going away. But if we have to put this out, say, another 2 years and then deal with it, and then have the price go up that much more for essentially the same thing, that's going to be really irritating. So I think that we should try to seize this opportunity, recognize that there is a cost to delay, there is a cost to inaction. We need to do this for our department, and we need to do this for our community. So with that, again, it's really important to recognize that the questions are good, they're important, they're thoughtful, and they've been considered by the committee in depth, in subcommittees and at multiple meetings. So we did our best to leave no stone unturned with no preconceived notion of what the ultimate best resolution was for all of us as taxpayers, and we all arrived at the conclusion that this project, in its form as presented, is the best resolution for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a speaker.
Okay. All right. Speaker outside. Go ahead.
Thank you. Lynn McCormack. I live at 63 Holland Road. And I just want to thank the public safety in Wakefield, because you do an amazing job, and I'm always telling people what an amazing job that you do. But I have two things that give me pause at this moment. And one is we are in a pandemic. I feel fortunate, but I think there are many people right now that are pausing their life and thinking about all of the economic impacts. On top of that, we are at a historic moment nationally thinking about public safety. So while I feel in Massachusetts, and here specifically in Wakefield, we've tried to think forward, I'm not sure that we actually have captured kind of this historic moment and historic changes that we're thinking about. So those two things just give me pause in thinking about this project right now when we might be getting state or national changes in the way we do policing. Thank you.
Bob McLaughlin, 376 Water Street. Again, I would just be very interested to see what happens when the bids come in on this project. I see cases where they come in with a low bid and they have a stack of change orders, which I believe is going to happen. Whenever you run it, this is why the state doesn't allow schools to renovate buildings, particularly this high school for most of it. I'm looking in the future, but they're probably not going to allow the town of Wakefield to renovate the school. They make them build new schools because of the problems that you run into when you're rehacking a building. So we're basically, what we're doing is we're redoing a building that's already been redone. And Joe Burton's correct. They probably should have built a new high school back. A new police station when they could have, but they didn't. And so here we are. So I have no problem fixing a good portion of what's the deficiencies in the building. The problem, and I had a problem 2 years ago, is putting a footprint and expanding the footprint of that building. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. If you're going to do that, go build a new building someplace. Thanks.
Okay.
Stacy Constas, 25 Wave Avenue. It strikes me that our choices here are do something or do nothing. 2 years ago at town meeting, this exact same project was considered and it passed. And then we had a process and it was overturned. Now here we are back again with the same project in front of us, but this time we have the benefit of much deeper thinking, a very dedicated committee who's done some terrific work, who's given us tremendous data today. So thank you to the committee, you've done a lot of good work. So if we pass this today, we'll move forward. If we don't pass this today, my vision is 2 years from now having the same conversations that we're having right now, but we'll be even further behind, and we'll add another $1.5 million to $2 million to the project. I think it's just silly if we don't move forward with this right now, and that's my opinion, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Any speakers outside?
No speakers.
Okay. There being no further discussion, the motion before you under Article 5 is to, yeah, I'm going to get tellers. Hold on a minute. I'm back on my game. I got this walkie-talkie thing down now. Article 5, the motion before you is set forth by Mr. Mayo to fund the public service building. This is a 2/3 vote because it involves bonding. We're going to need the tellers. Everybody up. You two and Tommy are outside. Here we go. All in favor, keep your hand in the air until you're sure your vote has been counted. Thank you. Yeah, you guys are over there. Here you go, Beth. Those two are together. I know. Okay.
35, yes.
Wait a minute.
Bill, did you get that? 35, yes.
Okay, 35 outside, yes. Julie, you got to do the nose. Okay. All opposed, put your hand in the air. Keep it up. Raise it high to make sure that they can see you, the tellers can see you. Two-thirds. Yeah, that's why and it's got to be counted because it's a bonding issue. The kind of things Mr. Mullen makes me do. After he reminded me about 2/3 on the consent agenda, I completely forgot it.
7 negative votes.
7 outside, Bets. Yeah. Yeah, they got it. Yeah, there's a lot up in the stands. Okay. What's your negative?
17.
What's the positive? 196 in favor, 17 opposed. Motion carries. Okay, now, where are we? Hold on. You can applaud at the end, not a pep rally. Article 6. Article 6, roads. Oh, Mr. Conway, Joseph Conway. Did you wear that suit so I won't call you Joey? Thank you. You're up. Read your motion? No, you read your motion. I'm only reading, I'm only saying, noting the articles. Article 6, roads. Your motion, you're on. Wait, whoa, he's got to get his mic on there. Hold on.
Okay.
Mr. Conway, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. That the town of Wakefield appropriate the sum of $10 million for the cost of roadway improvements as well as other costs incidental thereto, and to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with approval of the town council, is authorized to borrow said sum under pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 7 of the general law, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds for a period not to exceed 10 years. Any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the general laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount.
Is there a second? Second? Mr. Conway.
Article 6 requests town meeting approval of $10 million to supplement the town's annual Chapter 90 state aid roadway funding to systematically improve the condition of Wakefield's roadway network. The request was developed to ensure that the roadway network does not deteriorate to a point that will result in more costly repairs being required. All proposed paving work is coordinated projects and planned with Wakefield Municipal Gas and Light, DPW Water Sewer Division, and private utilities like National Grid to minimize cuts into newly installed pavement. The DPW will also be looking to implement improvements to the drainage, sidewalks, safety, and accessibility when appropriate. I'll now turn over to Town Engineer William Renaud, who will discuss with you how the annual road program was developed and provide background on how Public Works arrived at the $10 million request in Article 6.
Thank you, Joe. The road program development began in the fall of 2019 when Public Works completed a condition inventory of each road within the 88-mile roadway network. The inventory assigned each roadway segment a road surface rating, or RSR, which is a 1 to 100 score of the roadway condition. The graph shown in this slide depicts how a typical roadway deteriorates over its life cycle, so each RSR will be a point in time on this graph. From there, Public Works develops treatment bands, which lays out the type of treatment each road segment will receive based on its condition assessment. The first band is for a newly paved roadway in good condition where we won't do anything. The second band is for routine maintenance, which includes sealing projects like crack seals and fog seals. These treatments typically will cost about 50 cents per square yard. Our third band is the preventative maintenance band, which includes targeted patching and thin pavement overlays. These preventative maintenance treatments cost approximately $6 per square yard. Our fourth band is the minor rehabilitation band, which includes mills and overlays. This is the treatment you most often see being used around town and on highways like 128 and 93. The mill and overlay treatment includes the removal and replacement of just the top layer of asphalt. This treatment costs approximately $20 per square yard. And our last band is the major rehabilitation band, which includes reclamation and reconstruction projects. The work in this band will require the grinding of the pavement into the gravel below, regrading the roadway, and installing 2 new layers of asphalt. This treatment will typically cost around $45 per square yard. As you can see, the cost significantly increased as you slide down the curve into these lower treatment bands. So once we develop the cost of all possible paving projects, we prioritize them for construction. To do that, we use a cost-benefit analysis which compares ratio of traffic count or roadway use to the project cost. So cheaper projects on our main roads with higher traffic counts will be ranked higher than expensive treatments on less traveled roadways. This slide shows us a town-wide view of our roadway conditions and potential paving projects. Today, we have 59% of the roadway network in need of either minor or major rehabilitation, our 2 most expensive treatment bands. So what does that mean in dollars? So this slide shows the total cost of all paving projects within town is at $19 million. That is essentially the town's backlog in roadway repairs. We projected out an analysis if we did no work over the next 4 years to determine what we would look like in fiscal '24. If we were to do that, our backlog would escalate to over $29 million, with 65% of the roadway network being in those bottom 2 treatment rehabilitation bands. So how do we remedy this potential issue? Public Works is proposing a $10 million roadway bond to be utilized over the next 4 years, so $2.5 million per year. This effectively stops the increase in roadway repair backlog, and it would remain at $19 million in fiscal '24. We will see a significant reduction in the percentage of roadway network in those bottom 2 treatment bands, going from 59% in fiscal '20, where we are today, to 38% in fiscal '24. So how do we arrive at the $2.5 million figure? So we evaluated several funding scenarios to determine where the annual investment level needed to be to see improvement to the town-wide network. This slide shows the trends in the town's RSR based upon a set annual funding. The target metric of 80 RSR is the industry standard for the state of good repair, which is the targeted goal of this program. As we focus on scenario number 3 on the graph, that's what's shown in blue, that depicts the $750,000 investment, which is equivalent to the fiscal 2020 roadway appropriation. You'll note that at that funding level, we continue to trend down as an overall roadway network and add to our repair backlog. Skipping to scenario 5, which is shown in the green, which is what we are requesting from town meeting in this article, our analysis tells us that we will reach the state of good repair in 9 years at an annual investment of $2.5 million. Besides the request in Article 6, Public Works also utilizes other sources of funding to maintain the network. They include Chapter 90 state aid from our gas tax, some private development work, including some stuff from Eversource and National Grid, the Road Revolving Fund, which will be discussed next in Article 7, a small portion of the DPW operating budget for some of the patching work, and then we also go after grants like the $400,000 grant obtained for the complete streets for the Albion Street sidewalks. But by far the largest funding portion would be this bonding article request. The proposal before town meeting would approve the $10 million roadway bond planned to be expended over the next 4 years. This will have an equal effect on the tax levy when compared to fiscal '20, where the town approved a $750,000 in a roadway repair article and another $125,000 in a sidewalk repair capital article. This approach would allow a reduction in the annual debt service appropriation in years to come. This approach could allow for a gradual buildup of the DPW budget dedicated to roads and sidewalks in the future. This approach will build up the debt service fund for future projects, and this approach will substantially improve the condition of the town's roadway and sidewalk networks and reduce current project backlogs. Let's see. At the funding level proposed, our preliminary calculations show that we would be paving 4.27 miles in fiscal '21, 5.5 miles in fiscal '22, 2.3 miles in fiscal '23, and 4.8 miles in fiscal '24. This slide shows the breakdown of where we would be targeting our $2.5 million in fiscal '21. Public Works respectfully requests your support of Article 6 to provide $10 million in bonding authorization for rehabilitation of the roadway and sidewalk network. Director Conway and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have on Article 6.
Mr. Sherman?
Finance Committee recommends favorable action on this article.
Any discussion? Anybody outside?
No speakers.
Benny Wheat, 44 Miriam Street. I just have a question. So you mentioned sidewalks, but it sounded like you were mentioning rehabbing sidewalks. Is there anywhere in this project for building new sidewalks?
For new sidewalks, no. What we're doing is we're looking at our existing network. We have funded sidewalk extensions in the past. We have about $100,000 right now that's available that we're in the process of pulling a bid together for. So
That's great. Yeah, that was my other question, was going to be where are there projects underway to build new sidewalks? Because I find it distressing that there are so many roads in town that you can't walk on without, like somebody got hit by a car on my street because there's no sidewalk. So I wanted to know sort of where that fits in.
There's also grant opportunities that are available for sidewalk extensions. So that's something that we would look at in the future too. We did some of that around Vernon for the Safe Routes to School. There's also the Complete Streets grant that we got on Albion, but that can be applied towards sidewalk extensions too. So there are other funding mechanisms. So this really is focused just on maintenance of what we have today.
Thank you.
Great.
Mr. Dombrowski.
Hello, Ed Dombrowski from 15 Chestnut Street. To answer the sidewalk question as well, there's also the Envision project, which is looking to expand streetscapes as well, so that will include additional sidewalks. And I just want to just really emphasize that having met with DPW a number of times on this plan, this is really the first time that we have a strategic plan to address repair and improvement of the sidewalks, and the numbers speak for themselves. From a taxpayer perspective, we're getting far more bang from our buck when we're getting rid of the backload, getting ahead of it, and then maintaining. We're talking about orders of magnitude of 50 cents to $6 per square yard versus $45 per square yard. So the longer that things fall into disrepair, the more expensive it becomes. So we're able to ultimately find ourselves in a situation where we're spending the same amount of money, but not nearly getting as much bang for the buck in terms of improved roadways. So I'd really encourage everyone to recognize this for what it is, which is a good investment for a long-term strategic plan going forward. Thank you.
Nobody outside?
No one outside.
Okay, there being no further discussion. This also requires 2/3. All in favor? Is anyone opposed to this? There isn't opposed? Okay, Tellers, you're up. Somebody raised their hand. They said they're opposed. Yeah. All in favor of the motion under Article 6 roads, keep your hands in the air until you're sure you have been counted. What? 21 from these guys. 21. 21. All opposed? What happened? Somebody changed their mind. Nobody's opposed in here, right?
0.
Okay, 0. Well, somebody had their hands up. It was good. You get the little walk. Motion carries unanimously. Can we call it that, Tommy? Unanimous? Okay, thank you. Article 7. This is Article 7 is a roadway revolving fund. Mr. Conway.
that the town vote to establish a maximum expenditure of $75,000 for the road repair revolving fund.
Is there a second? Thank you. Mr. Conway.
This article is to set the maximum allowable expenditure limit for the road repair revolving fund. This funding is generated through excavation permit fees where the road surface is impacted. The maximum expenditure limit being set, $75,000.
Mr. Sherman, you up on this?
Finance Committee supports this article.
Discussion. Oh, okay. I thought I don't know. By the way, are you and Mr. McLaughlin quarantining together? Because you guys are pretty cozy up there. I just wondered. I gotta go now back to my walkie-talkie. Anybody outside want to talk about this?
Negative.
Okay. Motion before you under Article 7 as set forth by Mr. Conway. All in favor? All opposed? You got a majority outside? Majority outside?
Majority.
Thank you. Motion carries. Article 8. Article 8. Mr. Bertrand is back at the mic.
That the town appropriate the sum of $1,675,490 under the direction of the Permanent Building Committee for the purpose of roof replacement to the Greenwood School building at 1030 Main Street. Wakefield, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, i.e. the project, which proposed repair project would materially extend the useful life of the school and preserve an asset that is otherwise capable of supporting the required educational program, and for which the town of Wakefield is eligible for a grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, or the MSBA. To meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of town council, is authorized to borrow the sum of $1,675,490 under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 7 of the general laws, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes to the town thereof. Any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds and notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of such bonds and notes, may be applied to the payment of cost approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the general laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such cost by a like amount. The town acknowledges that the MSBA's grant program is a non-entitlement discretionary program based on need as determined by the MSBA, and any project cost the town incurs in excess of any grant approved by and received for the MSBA shall be the sole responsibility of the town. Provided further that any grant the town may receive for the MSBA for the project shall not exceed the lesser of 49.94% of eligible approved project cost as determined by the MSBA, or the total maximum grant amount determined by the MSBA, and that the amount of borrowing authorized pursuant to this vote shall be reduced by any grant amount set forth in a project funding agreement that may be executed between the town and the MSBA.
Is there a second?
I'm going to read it again.
No. Mr. Sherman, sorry, yeah, you got your, go ahead, sorry.
The town was invited to participate in the accelerated repair program of the MSBA for the Greenwood roof. The MSBA appointed an owner's project manager and an architect for this project. Along with the Permanent Building Committee, they conducted a feasibility analysis of the facilities and developed a schematic design, including the proposed scope of work, schedule, and an estimated budget. The MSBA requires, along with the Code of Mass Regulations, that any roof project must include any ADA or American Disability Act's upgrades to a bathroom, a drinking fountain, and an entrance. The MSBA approved the study, and an estimated budget was prepared and approved by the MSBA. The total estimated budget is $1,675,490. These construction costs include the installation of a new PVC membrane roof, hazardous material abatement, roof hoisting and commissioning, roof plumbing, new roof ventilator hoods, HVAC disconnect reconnect, and ADA upgrades, and for any demolition and associated work. The MSBA approved the funding estimate and an agreement on February 13th, 2020. This included $189,987 for owners and construction contingencies. The town will receive 49.94% of eligible approved project cost. The maximum grant that the town will receive is $705,054. Now, due to the delay in convening town meeting, the Permanent Building Committee was able to have the project bid. On May 29th, 2020, we received bids of 4 companies. The low bid, appropriately enough, was Greenwood Industries out of Worcester for the Greenwood School. The bid was $298,723 below the estimated construction cost. The new project budget is $275,723 below the estimated budget. However, the MSBA required the town to approve the budget approved by the MSBA board. Therefore, the Permanent Building Committee requests favorable action on Article 8 in the amount of $1,675,490.
Mr. Sherman.
The Finance Committee unanimously approved this article.
Any discussion on the Greenwood roof? Any speakers outside, Dave?
No.
Okay. There being no further discussion, the motion before you, as read eloquently by Attorney Bertrand, this requires 2/3 majority. Let me ask this question. Is anyone opposed to this? Dave, is anyone opposed outside?
I'm seeing no hands.
Okay. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Is that okay, Mr. Mullen? Okay. Number 9. Article 9, drainage. Mr. Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. That the town appropriate the sum of $500,000 for the completion of repairs to the drainage system on or near New Salem Street, including the design, renovation, upgrading, and reconstruction of the culvert located there. And to raise this appropriation, the treasurer, with approval of the town council, is authorized to borrow the sum of $500,000 under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 7 of the general laws, or any other enabling authority, and is to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. Any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of the issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the general law, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount.
Second? Thank you.
Article 9 requests the borrowing of $500,000 for the reconstruction of the New Salem Street culvert. This project was identified as a priority project within the town-wide drainage study that was completed in April of 2016. Article 18 of the 2017 regular town meeting appropriated $855,000 for design, permitting, construction of the culvert replacement project. As Public Works advanced the project through design and the permitting phases, an issue with the strength of the underlying soil was identified, requiring a more substantial foundation to be installed to support the weight of the new culvert. Approval of this article would address the funding gap and allow the culvert project to move forward into the bidding and construction phases within fiscal year 21. Public Works respectfully requests your support of Article 9 to provide $500,000 to be appropriated by borrowing for the purpose of this article.
Mr. Sherman.
The Finance Committee moves approval of this article.
Any discussion? Any discussion outside?
No one.
Somebody's on their way.
Hi, Jim McGovern, 155 Salem Street. We're just wondering if the design that's in consideration to be implemented is taking into account the high-tension power line that's going to be run across New Salem Street this year.
So this project would be to repair, I couldn't really hear your question, but this project would be repair to actively failing culvert. So this would be independent of the power line project.
Okay, so where does the culvert run?
So the line runs, it's parallel to the roadway. It actually runs perpendicular to a couple of driveway entrances that kind of expedite in the process. So we need to get in there and make sure they repair this so that the abutters have access in and out of their property.
Okay, so the power line is going to go across New Salem Street?
Yes, that will cross New Salem Street. This project is further down towards the Paul Craig Willow factory in that general area right there, right before Preston Street.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Nobody's outside. Any further discussion? Motion before you under Article 9, as set forth by Mr. Conway. This also requires 2/3 because there's borrowing for bonding. Anyone opposed to this? Anybody opposed outside?
No one's opposed outside.
Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 10.
That the town raise and appropriate from tax levy to the Capital Projects Fund, also known as the Debt Service Fund, the sum of $4,664,796 to carry out the purposes of this article.
Is there a second? Thank you. Mr. Mayo.
The purpose of this article is to supplement the $1 million that each year is automatically appropriated without town meeting approval for debt service. This $1 million appropriation is authorized by a Massachusetts legislative act. The $4,664,796 requested under this article, along with the automatic $1 million appropriation, is used to fund our debt payment for fiscal year 2021. Included in this figure is the $2,485,698 for the debt exclusion for the new Galvin School. The remaining $2,179,098 is the amount necessary to continue the payments on our other bonds. This is a very important program and allowed us to finance a number of projects, including the 3 elementary schools, the library, the public safety building, Fireside, number 1, the senior center, improvements at Town Hall, the new Galvin, and athletic facility improvements at the high school. Now we are nearing the end for many of these projects, as we discussed. This is the last payment on the senior center and the last payment on the Woodville School and the public safety building in 2022. Once these payments are completed, money will be freed up for other projects, all of which were approved this evening: the Greenwood School roof, the roads, the public safety building, and drainage. Actually, our tax levy appropriations, as I mentioned, remain steady for the foreseeable future, with the built-in option to fund future capital or perhaps reduce the appropriation in later years. I, for one, think we'll keep it the same, I hope, so we can put future projects in. Much work has been done on this wonderful financing tool by our town accountant, Kevin Gill, our treasurer, John McCarthy, and the Finance Committee Forecasting Subcommittee, led by Dan Sherman, Gerard Lehman, Doug Butler, and Joanne Riley, and of course, the Town Council. The Town Council recommends favorable action.
Mr. Sherman.
For all the reasons Mr. Mayo just articulated, the Finance Committee is also in favor of this article. This has really been a great benefit for the town.
Any discussion under Article 10? Mr. Watts, anybody outside?
No one.
Okay. There being no further discussion, the motion before you as read by Mr. Mayo. All in favor? All opposed? Got a majority out there?
Majority.
Okay. Article 10 carries. Motion under Article 10. Article 11, still live?
Yep, number 11.
Yeah, okay, hold on, I got my spotlight.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The subject matter of Articles 11, 12, 13, and 14 contain salary adjustments for our police, fire, and supervisory unions. After the passage of these articles, all municipal or town-side unions will continue to remain under contract. In each proposal, I have attempted to settle all contracts in a fiscally prudent manner, treat all employees with respect, to the extent possible, reward merit, innovation, and excellence, do what is best for the delivery of services to the citizens of Wakefield over the long term. To that end, the majority of these contracts, or all of these contracts actually, will include the following cost of living increases. July 1st, 2020, 1.5%. January 1st, 2021, 1.5%. July 1st, 2021, 3%. July 1st, 2022, 2.5%. All contracts have been approved by the Town Council and all are recommended by the Finance Committee. In my humble opinion, the importance of these four unions and their leadership was only heightened and highlighted by the COVID-19 pandemic. These town employees came to work every day, putting themselves and their families at risk for the betterment of us all. I would like to say that I stood shoulder to shoulder with them, but in reality, I was behind them where it was safer. I believe that all contracts presented tonight are fair, prudent, and in the long-term best interest of all of the town. And therefore, Mr. Moderator, that for Article 11, that the town vote to implement a collective bargaining agreement between the town of Wakefield and the Massachusetts Coalition of Police Wakefield Division for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2023, and to provide, therefore, that the town supplement the police personal services account by the transfer from tax levy the amount of $94,000.
Is there a second?
Thank you. The police contract, I'm very pleased to present you contracts with both the Police Patrolmen's Union, which we're going to talk about here, and in the next article, the Supervisors Union. They bargain together, and so both contracts are the same. The current contract expires on June 30th of this year, and this is a 3-year contract. The highlights of the contract are, as I just stated, cost of living increases from July 1, 2020 to 12/31/2020, 1.5%. January 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2021, 1.5%. July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, 3%, and July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, 2.5%. As we all are aware, the police department is one of the 20 in the state that is recognized for following a best practice set of policy and procedures. I am very proud of the work which our officers did to receive this accreditation. However, the work does not stop there. The police departments must continue to adhere to these standards to maintain distinction. As we go forward, we are very concerned that because of the high-quality officers we enjoy in the community, that they are ripe for picking from other communities. And I thank you for passing the public safety building earlier. That is certainly something that will keep and maintain them. We invest a lot in training in our offices, and to lose any of them to a surrounding community means that we invest time and taxpayer money in training the replacement as well as covering the shifts with overtime. I believe that this is a good contract for both the town and the union, as it sets a very sustainable standard for COLAs across all other departments, as well as treats our police department very fairly. During this pandemic, as well as the social adjustment movement that followed, I am so grateful for the unbelievable commitment displayed by our police department in all areas. From Chief Scory on down to the newest recruits, they show nothing but professionalism and fair treatment to all, and every day they keep us safe. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Sherman.
The Finance Committee approved of this contract.
Any discussion under Article 11? Motion under Article 11. And we'll check. Anybody outside?
No one.
Okay. Motion before you as read by Mr. Mayo under Article 11. All in favor? All opposed? Majority?
Majority.
Okay. Motion carries. Article 12.
That the town vote to implement a collective bargaining agreement between the town of Wakefield and the Wakefield Police Superior Officers Association for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2023, and provide, therefore, that the town supplement the police personal services account by the transfer from tax levy the amount of $46,000.
Is there a second? Mr. Mayo.
Thank you. This contract essentially covers a period of, exactly covers a period from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2023. And although voted separately, the details of this contract are the same as the Patrolmen's Union. And again, my sincere gratitude goes out to our police department.
Mr. Sherman.
Finance Committee approves of this article.
Any discussion under Article 12? Any speakers outside?
No speakers.
You're heading there? Okay.
Mark Pedley, 56 Melvin Street. A question through you, if I could, to Town Council. Is it possible to combine Articles 12, 13, and 14 in the interest of expediency?
I think, Mark, we just have 13 and 14 left.
Yeah, we only got 13 and 14 left.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Good idea, though. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, a motion under Article 12, as read by Mr. Mayo. All in favor? All opposed? Majority?
Majority.
Motion carries. Article 13.
That the town vote to implement a collective bargaining agreement between the town of Wakefield and the Wakefield Firefighters Union Local 1478 International Association of Firefighters, AFL-CIO, for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2023, and provide therefore that the town supplement the fire personal services account from tax levy the amount of $135,000.
Is there a second? Thank you. Mr. Mayo.
I'm also pleased to present the contract settlement for the 49 members of our fire department to you this evening. This contract is a compilation of many meetings and basically mirrors the contract previously approved by the body for the police. I believe that we have reached a fair settlement that is a continuation of the town council's philosophy of following best practices in how we deliver services to the taxpayer. Like all other unions recently settled, this contract will expire on June 30th, 2023. The highlights of this contract include cost of living increases that mirror the police and are consistent with all other unions in the town side. 1.5% on July 1st, 2020, 1.5% on January 1st, 2021, 3% on July 1st, 2021, and 2.5% on July 1st, 2022. We have continued compliance with National Incident Management Standards, which is necessary for grants, and we continue to follow federally established best practices in the fire department. More importantly, fire department continues to deliver the best services to our citizens and guests. And again, through this pandemic, I wish to thank our firefighters who answered the call every time. Thank you.
Mr. Sherman.
Finance Committee also approves this contract.
Any discussion under Article 13? Anybody outside on 13?
No speakers.
Okay. That being the case, the motion before you under Article 13, all in favor? All opposed? Majority?
Unanimous.
Motion carries. Article 14.
That the town vote to implement a collective bargaining agreement between the town of Wakefield and the Wakefield Municipal Administrative, Supervisory, and Professional Employees Association for the period of July 1, 2023 to June 30th, 2020, July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2023, and to provide therefore that the town supplement the personal services account of various department budgets by raising and appropriating from tax levy the amount of $29,640 by transfer of $5,642 from the water receipts to the Public Works Water Personal Services account, and by the transfer of $5,642 from sewer receipts to the Public Works Sewer Personal Services account to the following personal services account: Information Technology, $2,660, Assessors, $2,225, Building, $4,748, Animal Inspection, $1,878, Council on Aging, $3,250, Recreation, $3,202, Public Works, $10,100, Library, $1,577, Water, $5,642, and sewer, $5,642. Total being $40,924.
Is there a second? Mr. Mayo.
Thank you. Article 14 embodies raises for the 22 members of our dedicated supervisors union. The members of this union include the building inspector, animal inspector, director of council on aging, the information technology supervisor, as well as supervisors and engineers in the various divisions in the DPW department, director of assessments, data collector, as well as electrical, plumbing inspectors, library office assistant, and assistant library director, as well as a rec director. This contract is for 3 years, and recently we did look at all those classifications as well. COLA's cost of living are the same as the others. These members of this union are a key component in the management of this town, and I and the town council are grateful for their hard work. Thank you.
Mr. Sherman?
The Finance Committee also approved this contract.
Okay. Any discussion under Article 14? Double check. Anybody outside?
No speakers.
Okay. There being no further discussion, a motion before you under Article 14 is read by Mr. Mayo. All in favor? All opposed? Majority? Majority?
Majority.
Okay. Motion carries. Mr. Scott? Okay, what's your motion? Here, why don't you use that one over there, because I'm going to have to say something about this.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. We've been here for almost 4 hours. We got probably as many articles left as we have done. With this coronavirus that's around, we have an awful lot of older people, like myself. I'm 88 years old. And I'd like to make a motion to adjourn, and I understand it's a vote of the group here. This is the form of government. I just checked with town council, and I would like to discuss with Steve Mayo and the moderator as to when we will re-adjourn.
Well, why don't we do this first? You're making a motion to adjourn. I would like to point out, just to clarify, that we have consent agenda, the next bunch of motions, so we really only have 5 motions left. And do we have a second? Do we have a second outside to adjourn?
No.
Okay. There being no second, Mr. Scott, the motion cannot go forward. All right.
So we're going to stay here another 4 or 5 hours? We got some
That's-
pretty important things to discuss.
Yeah, but you just made a
Couple of them,
motion,
I think
Mr.
people
Scott.
want to ram through.
Mr. Scott, you just made a motion and you didn't get a second. Back to your seat. Thank you.
Ooh, boy.
Well, hey, come on. 15 was consented, 16 was consented, 17 was consented, 18 was consented, correct? Double checking. We're on number 19. Number 19. Oh, Joe Conway. Mr. Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. That the town raise and appropriate by borrowing the sum of $91,000 to make specific repairs to Walton Lane, such repairs being required by the public necessity and convenience, and that the betterment be assessed to the property owners over a period of 20 years. And to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with approval of the town council, is authorized to borrow said sum under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 7 of the general laws, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds for a period not to exceed 10 years. Any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of cost of issuance of such bonds and notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the general laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such cost by a like amount.
Thank you. Mr. Conway.
The purpose of this article is to make approximately 800 linear feet of roadway improvements to Walton Lane, a private way within the town. These repairs will be made in accordance with Chapter 175-10 of the Town Code, and the betterment shares will be equally distributed for payback amongst the abutters.
Mr. Sherman, you up on this?
The Finance Committee supports this article.
Is Mr. Spalding here? You up on this? Yeah, you're up here, yeah. You're in your official capacity.
Planning Board, excuse me, the Planning Board recommends favorable action.
Okay. Any further discussion? Any discussion under Article 19? Just walking. Any speakers outside?
None.
Okay. There being no further discussion, the motion before you. This requires a 2/3 voting because it is bonding. The motion as read by Mr. Conway. Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed outside?
I have one.
You have somebody opposing it.
One.
Okay, tellers, ready? We got to count it. All in favor, raise your hand. Keep your hand in the air until you're sure your vote has been counted. And one. Huh? Where are they outside? They're not back yet? No, they said 16. They said 16, they said 16. Oh, he did say 16. Did you say 16?
I did say 16.
Okay, so. Okay, all opposed? Nobody. All opposed out there, we got it, one. So there you go, okay. Motion required 2/3 vote, what's the?
One.
Yeah, there you go. What's the count, Bets? 103 to 1. Motion carries successfully. Article 20.
That the town appropriate from tax levy the sum of $1 to carry out the purpose of this article.
Is there a second? Mr. Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is an annual article that allows town council to accept and take land conveyance or easements for infrastructure improvements.
Okay. This also requires any discussion? Sorry, getting ahead of myself. Stay there. Any discussion?
No speakers.
Okay.
No speakers.
Anybody opposed out there?
No. By the way, Bill?
Yeah.
Finance Committee approves.
Okay, Finance Committee,
No.
I'm sorry. Go say Finance Committee. I was worried about this 2/3 thing. Anybody opposed in here? All in favor? All opposed? Unanimous, Tom. Sorry, Dan. It's that walkie-talkie thing. 21. Ready? Article 21. Chief, you up? Yeah, okay. Chief Scory.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In 2004, Town Council petitioned the legislature...
No, you got to read your motion first.
Sorry.
No, you read it. Read your motion.
Article 21, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Town Council to petition the legislature to enact special legislation to amend 2004 Mass Acts, Chapter 458, by deleting Section 1 thereof and replacing it with the following. The town administrator of the town of Wakefield may appoint, as he deems necessary, retired Wakefield police officers as special police officers for the purpose of performing police details or any police duties arising therefrom or during the course of police detail work, whether or not related to the detail work. The retired police officer shall have been regular Wakefield police officers and retired based on superannuation. Special police officers shall not be subject to the same maximum age restrictions as applied to regular Wakefield police officers under Chapter 32 of the general laws, but shall not be eligible to serve as special police officers if they have reached the age of 68. A special police officer shall pass a medical examination by a physician or other certified professional chosen by the town to determine that he or she is capable of performing the essential duties of a special police officer, the costs of which shall be borne by the special police officer prior to performing police details. Also, to see if the town will vote to authorize town council to petition the legislature to enact special legislation to amend 2004 Mass Acts Chapter 458 by deleting Section 7 thereof and replacing it with the following. Special police officers appointed under this act shall not be subject to Sections 100 and 111F of Chapter 41 of the general laws. Special police officers appointed under this act shall not be subject to Section 85H of Chapter 32 of the general laws, nor eligible for any benefits pursuant thereto. Such legislation to be effective immediately, provided that the legislation may reasonably vary the form and substance of the requested legislation within the scope of the general public objectives of this petition, or to see what the town will do about it.
Thank you. So second. Second. Chief Scory.
So in 2000,
You're up. Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
In 2004, Town Council petitioned the legislature to approve Mass Acts Chapter 458, which would allow the town administrator to appoint retired Wakefield police officers as special officers for the purpose of performing police details or any police duties arising therefrom or during the course of police detail work. Currently, Section 1 of the Act allows retired Wakefield officers to work until they have attained the age of 65. We'd like to change that to the age of 68. Currently, under Section 7, it states that special officers appointed under this Act shall be subject to Sections 100 and 111F of Chapter 41, which is leave with pay for an on-duty injury. The amended section would not provide for 100 or 111F, and it would also not include Section 85H of Chapter 32, which is disability retirement for reserve police officers. So how does this benefit us? The benefit to the town and to the police department is that we have more requests for details than we can fill right now. These are retired Wakefield police officers, and they know the community. They're willing to work, and this reduces our reliance on having to call other towns to fill our details. When we use police officers from other towns, they do a great job, but they don't know our community. They don't know the streets. They can't give directions. Retired Wakefield police officers know this town inside and out. This is also a no-cost item to the town. There's no cost here. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Not up on this? Okay. Any discussion on the motion under Article 21? Anybody outside?
No speakers.
Okay. There be no discussion. The motion before you, as read by Chief Scory. All in favor? All opposed? Majority outside?
Majority.
Okay, motion carries. All right, now. Article 22. Who's up? Who's presenting Article 22? Mr. McGrail, you are? Thanks.
Mr. Moderator, may I?
Yeah, you got to make your motion.
Yeah.
Bob.
No, this is not Dana Lopez.
Yeah, sure. They want to come down. I'll tell them.
Can you ask him?
Yeah.
Dana Lopez.
Mr. Lopez, where are you?
Right there.
Where are you down? Or right over there.
When's the planning board after, right after my motion? 'Cause I need to-
Yeah, yeah, they are. Where are they? You read your motion.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to move to see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw, Town of Wakefield, by amending the Wakefield zoning map dated May 2, 2016, by changing the zoning district designation of so much of the properties on the west side of North Avenue between 592 and 570 North Avenue, shown on the Wakefield assessors maps as parcels 47B on map 2A, parcel 2 plus on map 2A, parcel 47L on map 2A, as is currently within the single residence district to the general residence district, as shown on the map on file with the town clerk, and amending the zoning text, section 190-7 zoning map, such that the revised zoning map bears a new date. The first section of section 190-7.a is replaced with the following. A, except as set forth below, the above zoning districts are shown on the map entitled Wakefield zoning map dated June 20, 2020, or see what the town will do about it.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, Mr. McGrail.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. If I could just make sure I've got. That'll do it. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. For the record, my name is Brian McGrail. I reside at 81 Outlook Road in Wakefield. I'm also an attorney here today representing Dana Lopez and Raymond Nickerson, who are the owners of the property situated on the westerly side of North Avenue that is the subject of this article. Mr. Lopez and Mr. Nickerson are the sponsors of this article, along with a group of Wakefield citizens. Mr. Lopez and Mr. Nickerson purchased the subject property this past January from the McManus family. The McManus family owned this property in conjunction with the automobile dealership that they owned and operated on North Avenue for many decades, which has now become Wakefield Subaru and soon to become GMC Albrecht. Part of my presentation this morning involves a PowerPoint presentation, which you will see on the screen. We've also made handouts available for folks so you can have a closer look at it if you're not able to see up appropriately on the screen. As I mentioned, this property is located between 590 and 572 North Avenue. It is situated between the new multi-family building currently under construction and the Knights of Columbus property. This will give you an idea of where it's located. You can see the Knights of Columbus property. It's kind of the area with trees up on North Avenue and a big open green area with kind of a big brown spot. This just is a zoning map which highlights where the property is. You can see it's right near the business district and the single residence district. It abuts the business district and abuts the single residence district. That big B with all of the pink is that shows you where the business is, and right next to it in the white area is the big parcel. That gives you an idea. That is the parcel right there, which you see on the screen now. I've just highlighted it in brown. And that is the parcel. As you can see, this property is good sized, consisting of approximately 5 acres of land, and is situated in the single residence zoning district. The wetlands on the property have already been delineated and determined by the Conservation Commission. And in the single residence zoning district, the property can easily accommodate 3 single-family houses by right, with no approvals required from the Planning Board or the Board of Appeals, with individual or multiple curb cuts directly onto North Ave to serve those single-family homes. Because of the location of the property between the multifamily development and the Knights of Columbus property, my clients do not think that single-family homes are the best and most viable use for this property. Other possible uses of the property that were considered by Dana and Ray included another multifamily type building that could be developed pursuant to Mass General Laws 40B, an affordable housing project. That was considered by them. After they considered it, we spoke with the town planner, and we went over various options for the property. And at that time, it was determined not to go that route, that the best and most reasonable use of this property, because it's getting closer to the residences on North Ave, unlike the other two buildings that are one that is built and one that's under construction, would be 3 two-family homes designed in a village-type arrangement that would utilize a common driveway for all 3 homes to eliminate multiple driveways entering and exiting North Avenue. For this to occur, however, the property needs to be rezoned from single residence to general residence, hence this article before town meeting today. Prior to bringing the zoning changes request to town meeting, one is required to present it to the planning board in a public hearing for input and for the planning board to make recommendations to town meeting. As you'll hear when I'm done, the planning board vetted this proposed zoning change in Article 22 in detail. Not only one meeting, they actually had 4 meetings on this request. The results of the planning board hearing process was that the planning board unanimously voted to recommend approval of this article at town meeting. But, and there's a big but, only after the owners of the property entered into a binding agreement with the planning board, obligating the owners to certain requirements if this article passes town meeting and the 3 two-family houses go forward. The agreement with the planning board includes the following: that there will be no more than 3 two-family dwellings constructed on the property. B, the 2-family dwellings on the property will be served by a common driveway onto North Avenue, and the common driveway shall have a maximum of 2 curb cuts or openings onto North Avenue. C, in conjunction with the construction of the 2-family dwellings on the property, the owner shall, at the owner's sole expense, construct and install public sidewalks along the entire frontage of the property on North Avenue. That is 323 feet of public sidewalks that will be installed on North Avenue across from the lake, that would connect to existing sidewalks and sidewalks that are being constructed in conjunction with the new apartment buildings further down towards 128. And again, that would be at no cost to the town. In addition to this village-type design with a common driveway, and I can show you this is just a delineation of the wetlands, which isn't too clear. That's been done, as I mentioned. More delineation. The property frontage on North Ave. And that's kind of the village concept that the planning board talked about and promoted. That one has 2 curb cuts that would serve those 2-family homes. There's an option that it could have 1 curb cut, and I'll get into that in a minute. In addition to the village design and the common driveway, and this is very interesting from the town's perspective, the rezoning of this property also presents another very unique opportunity for the town. And this is just kind of shows where the property is to give you an idea. It's right next to the Knights of Columbus, across the street. And that shows, again, the locus. So the unique opportunity that I'm talking about is, since the frontage and dimensional requirements for the lots in the general residence district are less than those required in the single residence district, after the 3 lots for the 3 two-family homes are laid out, there will be extra frontage on North Avenue to provide access to approximately 4 acres of excess open land that will be located in the rear of these 2-family homes. That will not be needed for these 2-family homes. And that shows the piece that I'm talking about out back with the connection to North Avenue. If the 2-family home development went forward, Dana and Ray would offer to donate this 4-acre piece of land, including direct access to North Avenue, to the Wakefield Conservation Commission, to be owned and held by them. This 4-acre piece of land that would be donated is not all wetlands. About 32% of it is uplands, and it also is part of the Lake Quannapowitt watershed. The uplands is pretty much adjacent to the Knights of Columbus property. It's a pretty significant piece of land. We had the opportunity to meet with the Wakefield Conservation Commission and they confirmed they would want this piece of land if it were offered. Certainly, town council would have to participate that under the statute. Town council would also have to approve that donation. I'd also like to make one final point on this. If this article passes, the two-family homes with the common driveways will still not be by right. They would require relief and site plan approval by the Zoning Board of Appeals. So their exact design and layout and look would have to be vetted before the Zoning Board of Appeals before they could be constructed or approved. We believe that passing this article provides opportunities that are beneficial to Dana and Ray, to the town as a whole, to the neighborhood, and we respectfully request that you vote yes and support this article and approve it. As a side note, I mentioned there were 4 public hearings at the planning board, and you'll hear from, I think, a planning board member on their recommendation directly. One of the gentlemen that lives across the street participated vigorously in that process. His name is Jake Conley. He lives at 2 Fielding Street, right across the street. Jake sent me a note, and he said, "I'll be away this weekend. Sorry I can't make it. Either way, my vote is to allow it. Wow. If this is a single-family or duplex small community, it would fit nicely. If the town thinks it makes more sense to continue large apartment buildings down North Ave, I'm highly against it. I think your plan makes sense. Good luck. Call me if you need anything. Jake Conley, 2 Fielding Street."
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Planning board?
Planning board recommends favorable action.
Discussion on the motion under Article 22. Wait, hold on. I got somebody back here. Okay, well, hold on a second. Go ahead.
Amy Walt, 23 Elm Street. Brian, just a quick question. The agreement that you talked about with the planning board with the owners, is that in perpetuity or is that just an agreement with the current owner?
So the question is that agreement binding on future owners of the property?
Yeah.
Yes, the planning board took that, they were very astute on that, and they worked with town council. So we entered a binding agreement to that effect that runs with the land. So if they sold the land, whoever bought it would be bound by that. We even went to the extent, I worked with town council Mullen, that prior to town meeting, we recorded a notice of this agreement at the Registry of Deeds. So if anyone bought it like Monday, they have notice of it. So the notice is now out there. It's binding on anyone that takes title or even put an encumbrance or a lien on that property that will be bound by this agreement.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Scott, would you like to speak at that microphone? Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Moderator, this is what I was afraid of was going to happen at this meeting. My name is Jim Scott, 75 Elm Street. We are overbuilding the town like a son of a gun. You take a look at North Avenue. You're going to have more apartments, more condos up there. This guy is in charge of Cabot, and Forbes right now. They want to put 600 units at the head of the lake. I've tangled with Brian McGrail before, and he subpoenaed me a few years ago.
Right,
and that's the way lawyers try to bully you.
Jim, let's stick to this
get what they
motion.
want
Let's
for
stick
their
to the
clients.
motion to change this, okay? Let's not get off on some personal rant. Thank you.
Well, never mind that. And also, he didn't have enough guts. Citizen petition. And there's 2 other articles here. This town.
Hey, Jim,
is just
hold on,
getting
Mr.
over-
Scott.
Wait a minute.
No,
this
you
is
wait a
pretty
minute.
serious
You wait a
stuff.
minute.
All
I need
we're
you to
doing is
focus,
overbuilding
Mr.
in the
Scott.
town
I need you to
for the
focus
benefit of
on
a
this
few
motion
people.
regarding this article, okay?
I'm against this article.
Okay, well, tell us why you're against it.
And you know exactly what I'm dealing with because you're probably a buddy of his.
Okay, Mr. Scott, I'm also your buddy also, so do you want to tell me why you're opposed to this instead of casting personal aspersions? I'm your friend also, Mr.
It's
Scott.
a lot more than that. This town, the quality of life and character of the community with the condo is going down the hill, going down the tube
You got a point of
fast.
order. Point of order. I'm a friend of Mr. Scott's. I'm trying to get him to focus. Okay. I'm trying to. No, I wasn't. I'm trying to
this
get
is what town meeting should be about. You get these things out in the open and
I'm
not
trying to get him
behind
to
the scenes.
focus. I'm trying to get him to focus. Okay? I wasn't laughing. All right, Mr. Scott, you can continue on about why you're opposed to this motion, okay?
I'm opposed to the overbuilding that's going on in town. There's a little group behind the scenes doing this.
Okay. All right. So that, do you have anything else? Do you have anything? No. Jim, do you have anything else in the microphone? Into the microphone. Do you have anything else about this motion? Okay, we'll take that as a no. Any further discussion?
Colleen Getty from 19 Elmcrest Road. I just want to say that I'm opposed to a lot of development going on, but that's sort of not what I'm worried about with this, is more the precedent of changing a single residence to general residence. And I think that even though this specific project may seem tame, in the future it could be referred to as a precedent that's been set, and I'm going to be voting against it.
You're up next.
I have one speaker.
Phil Renzi, 8 Morgan Ave. Just a couple to piggyback on that. There's one of the reasons for wanting the 2-family seems to be, this is probably for Attorney McGrail, was that it seemed to be more in character. But my understanding of that neighborhood across the street is that it's all single-family houses across the street. So what was the reasoning why they think they need to have duplex for this to work? And the second question has to do with the donation, and I don't know who this goes to, but my understanding is if the town does accept the donation, that what I think is a swamp, I'm pretty sure it's swamp back there, becomes you don't get to collect taxes on it because now it's a donated, so it's a way for the property owner to not have to pay taxes on a bunch of land that can't be used. But maybe I'm wrong. So I'm not quite sure on the open space and access the residents will have to that area, because I don't think it's somewhere people will want to go. So those are my 2 questions.
Can you answer those questions?
Can I just repeat, just because I don't know if I heard properly?
Yeah,
So
the first one was, I thought at one point, the exploration of why not 3 single-family homes. What did you say? Why isn't he proposing just to do 3 single-family and not have to do this whole zoning change? What was the reasoning behind that?
Okay, so the discussion with that at the planning board was 3 single-family homes, number one, will take up the entire frontage in all of the land area, not to be able to provide access out back for the open area that we want to donate, number one. Number two, they would be required to basically be right up on North Avenue, which we just didn't think was appropriate with what's going on in that area. They're next to the 2 apartment buildings that were built. They're sandwiched between the Knights of Columbus building, which has people in and out. So the desire was to kind of set them back, as I had shown. Maybe I can kind of go back to that.
Why can't you set back single-family houses?
Because what happens is, once you, in the single-family district, you have a requirement of 100 feet of frontage for each lot, and you also have a 100-foot lot width requirement. And you start, geometrically, I actually had the engineer look at that. I said, if we do single-family homes, can we make this work that we can maybe save a piece of land to provide access? And the answer is no, it doesn't work with geometry.
Thank
so
you.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
The second question was...
what behind there now, I thought, is just an overgrown swamp. Isn't that why the Conservation Commission, what is the town going to do with this donated land?
So basically, it is not swamp. As I had mentioned in my presentation, about 32% of that land is upland, primarily near the Knights of Columbus side, abutting the Knights of Columbus out back. One of the things that you talk about protections from the town. If the town takes over this piece of land and controls it, someday, who knows, the Knights of Columbus property might be developed, and they might want to buy that upland from the people that will buy it from my client and add on to it and make something bigger there. What happens is, once the town gets this land in their control, it's protected. So it is not all wetland. There's a good piece that is upland. That was discussed with the Conservation Commission. They felt that it met the open space plan for the town to take title to that, and they were extremely excited to potentially own that because, as I've mentioned, it's part of the Lake Quannapowitt watershed. There's actually water that flows through that wetland and goes underneath North Avenue right into Lake Quannapowitt. So there are some significant benefits for the town to be able to directly control that piece of land.
Thank you.
You got a speaker outside?
One speaker.
Okay, they're up.
Is this me? Hi, Chris Hickey. I live at 9 Linda Road. I'm in one of the neighborhood single residences, so naturally my preference would be to have this be single residence development if there was any development. My question is if it makes sense to leave some of this land undeveloped, would it not be even better to leave all of it undeveloped?
Can you answer that question? I think that's more. Is that a question or is that more of a statement? I'm wondering. Speaker outside.
My question is, since there seems to be agreement that a watershed is a good idea, and I believe that all of this land under discussion is undeveloped, is it not an even better idea to leave it all undeveloped?
Okay, so that's your opinion then, not really a question. Is that correct?
No. So I thought I heard that leaving a watershed in place was a good idea. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So why not leave all of it undeveloped and it's an even better watershed? Can that be answered?
Can you answer that?
I can. I very much respect the question, and I suppose in a perfect world, you make a very good point. However, my clients own this property. As I've already stated, it legally can have 3 single-family homes on it. To date, it's already been delineated by the Conservation Commission, and certainly we're not asking town meeting to approve anything that's going to allow development on the property. We think what we're proposing to town meeting is a better development on the property with some significant benefits to the town to gain a very valuable piece of land. So no matter what, it is going to be developed. It's buildable land.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, Bob Mitchell, 6 Balding, just 10 seconds. I urge you to vote no to this. Basically, if it does get developed, we know what that area looks like now, I'd rather have the cars in 3 residences than the cars in 6 residences entering and exiting North Ave, especially right near that 128 intersection. Yeah, sometimes that waterway is called Saugus River West. There's a couple of inlets, so it is a part of the resource.
Hello. Okay, Benny Wheat, 44 Miriam Street. So am I understanding the implication that if the town does not approve this article, then the donation of that extra land would be off the table?
Can you answer that briefly?
Yes, there would be no avenue to connect it to North Avenue if single-family homes were built. The other thing that would be off the table would be the 325 feet of public sidewalk that my client would have to build on North Ave at his expense if this passes and the 2-family homes are built. Those would not be built or could be required to be built with the single-family houses. And the other thing that I just need to point out is he hasn't committed to single-family houses. I had mentioned there's other avenues or possibilities of developing this property. To do this, it gets locked in for the town that we know what's going to happen there, and there's some big benefits to the town in doing it.
Okay. Yeah, you're up.
Hi, Julie Scott, 75 Elm Street. I grew up playing in that area. I grew up skating in that area, and in the summer I came home soaked and covered with ticks. It's very wet. In the middle of a pandemic, we would be voting to change a neighborhood, and when you buy in a certain neighborhood, you buy because of the zoning. So I'm uncomfortable in the middle of a pandemic with so many people not here today because of their own concerns about the pandemic, that we would be voting to change the zoning in a neighborhood. I'm also concerned about North Avenue, and I want to be comprehensive in how I go about this. I'm concerned about a lot of the development happening around the lake, and I know this seems like a small amount of change, but it's the change and then the added change and the added change. It all adds up to our town and our feeling of it being overdeveloped. I think as residents, we need to start to put our foot down, and I'm urging you to vote against this rezoning. I don't think it's fair. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody outside?
No more speakers.
Okay. Any more speakers here? Okay. Sorry, I didn't see you.
No microphone.
Yeah, no way, you gotta.
Matthew Lowry, 86 Green Street. I'm on the planning board, and I was involved with this decision here. I understand the hesitancy on changing this to general residence, which was my first thought, that I did not really care for that. I don't like, I would prefer to extend zones instead of basically hopscotching and making this basically an island of one zone. But after looking at this and the issues out there, the board worked on this and did see what the potential issues could be out here by not doing this. One of them is that something's going to get built here. It could be 3 single-family homes, which at that point would add 3 driveways to North Ave, no sidewalks, and they would basically be sandwiched between these larger residential units and the Knights of Columbus, which at some point is also going to be developed. So we looked at it in a safety issue and in what could fit there that would basically transition from a larger multifamily with those apartments next door and with the single residence across the street. This is about the best that can be done out there and still have a benefit to the town. So I don't want to tell you which way to vote, but I just want to give you a little background on why this developed this way. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I have a speaker coming to the mic.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Meg Michaels, 17 Fielding, and I just want to let you know I struggle to cross North Avenue. It is dangerous walking the lake. I live there, and adding a potentially 12 more cars instead of 6 cars is really going to make it more miserable, and that's not even when the apartments are full next door. So I ask that you don't change my neighborhood and vote no. Thank you.
Anybody else out there?
No.
Okay. No further discussion? Okay, all right. You can speak again. Come right here, Mr. Scott. Stay on subject, stay on the topic, okay? 2 minutes.
Also, it's a pretty sneaky way of putting these articles in, a citizen petition. I've never seen anything like that. I've been coming to town meetings. I'm 88 years old. I don't think I've missed a town meeting for years and years and years. And all we're talking about is overbuilding on the town. And there's also a little group behind the scenes calling the shots on a lot of these things. If anything, we should have a moratorium and pull this stuff together. Over on Foundry Street, God, they're gonna put 3 levels on top of that building that's there, and there's another condo already built in the back, there's 84 units, and then they're trying to put a whole bunch of apartments and condos up at the head of the lake, which is our gem of the town, Lake Quannapowitt. I'm very active in the Friends of Lake Quannapowitt, and we're trying to get some common sense to do it. This whole thing, I just don't like this whole process. It's terrible, terrible.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No, you've already, there's no question. There's no question. Oh, you've already been up, Brian. You've been. All right, you have 2 minutes. Yeah, there's no question on the table. You're right. You have your second chance.
I would just like to say to the members of town meeting that citizens petition is allowed under state law and the bylaw. The petitioner is the owner of the property, which is allowed. We told you that. And there's also other people who are taxpayers who sign the petition. That's the way the process works, to get it before you, to get it before the planning board. There's nothing sneaky happening here. I will say the town meeting, you heard directly through me from the direct abutter across the street. This is a good deal for the town of Wakefield for that piece of land and how it could be developed compared to what might happen there if this doesn't pass. It's a good opportunity for the town. I respectfully ask you to please think for yourself after everything that's been presented to you with the benefits of the sidewalks, the town getting title to that land, and what the common driveway versus multiple curb cuts right on North Avenue. So please, I would say, as I'm sure you will, think for yourself when you vote on this.
Thank you. No further discussion. This is going to require a 2/3 vote. I imagine we should get the tellers up. Okay. All in favor, raise your hand. Hold your hand in the air until you're sure your vote has been counted. How many? 9. Oh, they're coming in.
12.
12 outside. All opposed?
Outside.
7. Did you get counted? Did he get counted? How many? 10. Okay, just let me get the numbers. 63 yes. How many? 43. 46 no. The motion does not carry. Okay, we're on to 23. Who is Joe Tavano?
Joe's the owner of the property.
Oh, okay. If there's questions, he can answer. Yeah, you can sit right up there if there's any questions.
Oh, hey, Joe. Mr. Moderator, I move to see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw Town of Wakefield by amending the Wakefield zoning map dated May 2, 2016, by changing the zoning district designation of so much of the property known as 102 New Salem Street, shown on the Wakefield Assessors maps as parcels 12 on map 29, as is currently within the industrial district or single residence district, to the general residence district, as shown on the map on file with the town clerk, and amending zoning text section 190-7 zoning map such that the revised zoning map bears a new date. The first sentence of section 190-7A is replaced with the following. A, except as set forth below, the above zoning districts are shown on the map entitled Wakefield zoning map dated June 20, 2020, or see what the town will do about it.
Is there a second? Mr. McGrail.
Come on up, Joe. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let me just find, what's the remote? You get that one up there? Great. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. With me at the podium is Joe Tavano. Joe is the owner of the property. I'll get into a little bit more detail on Joe as I proceed. Again, Brian McGrail, 81 Outlook Road, Wakefield, representing Joe Tavano, the owner of the property situated at 102 New Salem Street, that is the subject of this article. Mr. Tavano was a lifelong resident of Wakefield. He's a sponsor of this article, along with a group of 19 other Wakefield citizens. Joe is your citizen. Here he is. Joe purchased the property, 102 New Salem Street, on June 14, 2019, almost exactly 1 year ago. Part of my presentation this morning again involves a PowerPoint presentation, and we passed out or made available handouts so you can see hopefully clearly what we're discussing. This property that we're discussing is located at the extreme end of the industrial zoning district on New Salem Street, where the industrial district abruptly meets the single residence zoning district. In fact, the problem that this property has is that not only is it at the end of the industrial district, it is actually torn or split between both the industrial district and the single residence district. The property is good sized, consisting of approximately 20,000 square feet of land, and oddly half of it is situated in the industrial district, and the other half is in the single residence district. The way these zoning districts split the lot is very problematic for this property, and it has been for years. In fact, the industrial district and single residence district are the most polar opposite zoning districts in our bylaw and in our town. Any viable use that is allowed in the industrial district is not allowed in the single residence district, and any viable use that's allowed in the single residence district is not allowed in the industrial district. It's quite a quandary. This has resulted in various non-sustainable, miscellaneous, scattered uses of this property over the years, with businesses such as oil delivery companies, contracting companies with vehicles, squeezing their operation into the industrial district portion of the property to function and operate because they can't be in the single resident district portion of the property. Because of this lot split between the polar opposite zoning districts, industrial and single residence, the property is confused, and that is shown in a dilapidated condition for many years prior to Joe taking ownership. To give you an idea where we're talking about, that is a overhead shot of New Salem Street. The red balloon shows where this property is, right at the end of the industrial district as it leads in to the single residence district. You have the Appleton Road neighborhood and other houses on New Salem Street. That's kind of the residential end of New Salem Street, if you will, once you get through the industrial district coming down from Vernon Street and Water Street. This shows you, the best I can, I guess, that it's just on the fringe of that industrial district. That's just another shot of it right there. You can kind of see it. I'm going to show you better in a minute that our lot is split, you know, point blank between both of those districts. That shows it, but this kind of gives you a better idea. So as you look at the screen, to your left-hand side is the portion of the lot in the industrial district where the existing structure is, and to the right is the vacant portion of the lot, which is the single residence district. This kind of gives you an overhead shot of the property. You can see it's right next to Taylor Rental, the Taylor Rental building, and you can see the structure that's there in the industrial section. That's the building with the Taylor Rental in the foreground. And that just shows kind of the, you know, the property, how it lays out. You can see everybody kind of squeezing over into that industrial. That's across the street. There's really not a lot going on across the street. So Joe Tavano, Mr. Tavano, who has a history of building nice homes in Wakefield, has done his homework, and he's determined that there's really two viable or practical options for this property at this point. Option one would be to raise the existing building to maximize the area of industrial land and use it exclusively as a contractor's type yard or storage of trucks and equipment. Option two is to rezone the property to general residence, which would allow him to either add on to the existing structure and make it a two-family home, or raise the existing structure and build just one new two-family home on the entire site. Obviously, Joe's preference is option two, because that's what Joe does, and that's why we're here before you requesting this zoning change of the property to general residence district. This interestingly would actually be a down zoning of one half of the lot, the industrial half to general residence, and upzoning the other half from single residence to general residence, kind of meeting in the middle, if you would. The proposed two-family home use of the property that would be implemented by Joe would provide needed increased housing stock to the town. It would also provide an additional buffer between the industrial district and the single residence district, which leads down towards Appleton Road and the other houses on New Salem Street and Salem Street. As I stated in the last article, prior to bringing zoning changes request to town meeting, one is required to go to the planning board. Planning board had 4 meetings on this to vet it, get public input, and at the end of the day, as you'll hear, they voted to unanimously support this article. The planning board is often asked to find solutions for split zone lots of this nature, and they have experience in doing it. The result of the planning board public hearing process was that they unanimously voted to support this article. I also want to point out that during the planning board process, there was a letter of public support sent to the planning board, including several signatures by some of the folks that live in the Appleton Road residential neighborhood in very close proximity to this property in support of this article, and asked the planning board to support it at town meeting. As I mentioned, this two-family use will provide the neighborhood an additional buffer. We believe that passing this article provides an opportunity to give a confused piece of property a great direction and purpose that is beneficial to Joe, beneficial to the neighborhood, and we think beneficial to the town as a whole. So on behalf of Joe, I would respectfully request that you consider voting yes to approve this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Planning Board recommends favorable action.
Eric Reed, 26 Crescent Street. Could you show the map again that's like this on the screen? Because I have a question about where exactly the boundary goes.
Hold on, Eric. Let me find it for you. Tell me when.
Back.
There?
Back. That one.
That one.
You see the line of things coming from the upper left corner? Those are a lot of storage compartments. Do they remain in the industrial area?
I'm sorry, Eric. You addressing me?
I am looking at the same map, okay?
Are you asking me a question, Eric?
I am asking a question.
Okay. I'm going to go get near you if I can, because I can't hear.
Where is the boundary line that you now propose between the two?
Brian, come here.
Thank you for
can hear.
coming.
Okay. All right. When did he go nuts?
That's my storage unit.
Yeah.
I am assuming the line is somewhere down like here?
No, it goes right like that, Eric.
Oh, it goes through the house?
Yeah,
Thank you.
it goes on the other side of the house.
So the new boundary line would now be somewhere in the woodlands?
The boundary line is going to be, the boundary line is going to zone that whole lot, general residence.
So this, it's essentially this line, this green line extended down?
Pretty much.
Okay. If you look at the left-hand side, go up the top and you see a whole line of green coming down. And if that goes straight down to the street, that would be the new boundary line. And so I am content with this change. Thank you for helping me.
Mr. Donaco.
Paul Donaco, 17 Wiley Street. I had the opportunity to talk to the owner of the property a while back, and he asked about the specific property. And knowing the history of it, I freely gave him my opinion. The property used to be an oil company on the site, and then it was the only piece of property between Appleton and Taylor Rental that wasn't a residential use anymore. And his proposal was actually something of interest because I know of his other two sites, at least two sites in Wakefield, that he did an outstanding job on. And if the same concept is applied, I think it would be an addition to that area. If you notice the land off of New Salem Street, it looks like a thin line right next to the red house. That's a water swill. The town owns a thin sliver of land from, oops, you went past it, Brian. No, go back to the assessors map. Okay, so that thin slice of land is town-owned, and it goes back to the original town dump, which goes on the backside of Taylor Rental. The compartment that was brought up by the person before me is on Taylor Rental's property, which is on the other side of the town land. I think that changing it over to general residence and allowing him to put in a duplex like he has at the top of Eaton Street and on the corner of across the street from Butler and Water would be a great use to that piece of property, and it would actually make it look a heck of a lot better than what it is. So I'm in favor of this particular zoning change, combining them and making them into general residence. Thank you.
Any speakers outside?
No speakers.
Any
No speakers.
Any further discussion? Mr. Scott, you want to be heard on this piece of property? Specifically?
I'm against this for the same reason I was against the other one. I mean, there's going to be a lot of general residences. This guy builds these big buildings all over the place. He represents all the builders in town. He has support from a few people, a little sneaky group in town here, and some of them are right here in this hall tonight, or this afternoon, I should mean. I'm dead set against this.
Okay.
I think the Board of Appeals and the Planning Board should sit down and decide what kind of a town we have. And somewhat, with all this overbuilding, it's not good for the quality of life. They're saying you're getting more taxes. My taxes go up all the time. So I'm dead set against this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Let me see.
My name's Joe Tavano. I own the property. I don't consider myself a builder, a developer. I'm a Wakefield resident, 4 generations. I don't golf, so I like to build houses. This house here, we talk about overdevelopment. This house here, what I want to do here, same orientation, same location, same green space on the right side. We talk about, well, why don't you do commercial? Why don't you do a Schedule B? People next door to me, they're not here, they keep to themselves, but they're nice people. They don't want trucks next to them. All this parking that's here now, that's all gonna go away. These cars get rented, 4 parking spaces, house there, 28 by 50 footprint, simple, clean, neat. Will almost look like that. I guarantee people will ask me if I just remodeled the house or if it's always been there. Landscaping, greenery on the left side, and I keep these properties, I rent them, I'm a good landlord, and the people there, you're not gonna have people complaining because their rent is, you know, single family wouldn't work there. It's the best, we consider it's the best use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Scott, 75 Elm Street. Again, going back to the previous vote, I'm tired of hearing about variances. I'm tired of constant rezoning. We need a town planner so that we can move forward with some sort of a consistent vision. I appreciate the landowner's intent, but he did buy this property, I believe it says here, in May of 2016, am I correct with that? So he bought it knowing that it was a split district. I think we need to put our foot down, and as a citizenry, we need to start making statements that we need to control what many of us view as overbuilding. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Got any speakers out there?
No speakers.
Okay.
Hi, I'm John Sophia, 6 Whittemore Terrace. The one thing that seems odd to me is the conversion of the single residence to general residence. Is it residence, general residence, single residence? I mean, clearly having the industrial area split the property does seem like the zoning is harming the property. But why have to change it to a general residence so it can have 2 houses or a duplex instead of a single-family residence? I don't quite see why the injustice of the industrial line has to also be cause the change to a general residence. That's a question.
Oh, okay, got an answer for that?
I'm sorry, sir. My understanding is you're asking why we're not changing it to single-family residence?
Let me rephrase it.
Rephrase it, please.
It makes sense that you have an industrial boundary splitting the property. That's messy. I think that's unfortunate. It was probably not intentional originally when it was drawn. But why convert the single residence of the rest of the property to general residence?
The way it stands right now, this property has a hardship as it is. Half of it's industrial, half of it's single family, without enough frontage to do either in any district. So right now, it's a problem. Legally, I can't put a single family there. Legally, I can't do anything industrial. Ideally, I've been approached by people who want to do industrial. They'd level it, they'd park trucks there. Personally, I'd probably make more money doing that, but as mentioned, I'm a Wakefield resident. I'd rather do something a little nicer, something I could be a little proud of. I have been approached to sell this property for more than what I paid for it. It's not what I do. I'm not here for the money. I like to build nice property, do something nice. The general residence, and we mentioned duplexes, and when I think of duplex, I think of the big houses with the 2 garages side by side. Anybody who knows me here, I've built 5 houses. I haven't built one of those, okay? I believe in, they mentioned the Eden Street house that was designed to blend in with the neighborhood that looks like it's been there 100 years. When I'm done with this house, it's gonna look the same, just like this, all right? Just side by side, front to back. All the green space to the right I wanna save. I got plantings, gardens, it's gonna save. Currently, we're renting property just because no one's going to refuse income. I rent it to a local business, they park cars there. But when I'm done, there's going to be parking spaces. It's going to be 2 two-bedroom units, 4 parking spaces, that's it. Green space, more trees, less impervious surface. They pulled all the crap out of the wetlands. I mean, can't do much more. And the neighbors next door, right here in the house, they got a nice pool, nice yard. You think they want commercial property next to them, even if it's a landscape or garage? No. So.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thanks for the clarification.
Thanks. Any further discussion? Anybody outside?
No speakers.
Any more speakers? Okay, the motion before you requires a 2/3 vote. Tellers, ready? All in favor of the motion to amend the zoning bylaws under Article 23, raise your hand. Keep them in the air until you're sure you've been counted. Aren't you counting? Yeah, you go ahead. All opposed? Put your hand in the air. Make sure your hands have been counted. Your vote has been counted.
Two against.
2 and 2. What do you got? 90 in favor, 12 no. Motion carries. Article 24. Where are you going? You behave up there. Start any trouble.
Mr. Moderator, I move to see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw, Town of Wakefield, by amending the Wakefield zoning map dated May 2, 2016, by changing the zoning district designation of so much of the properties on Main Street, Avon Street, and Chestnut Street shown on the Wakefield Assessors maps as parcel 87D on map 12, known as 5-5A Chestnut Street, parcel 87 on map 12, known as 3 Chestnut Street, parcel 76 on map 12, known as 4 Avon Street, parcel 62 plus on map 12, known as 345 Main Street, and portions of Avon Street and Chestnut Street as is currently within the general residence district to the business district as shown on the map on file with the town clerk, and amending zoning text section 190-7 zoning map such that the revised zoning map bears a new date. The first sentence of section 190-7 .a is replaced with the following. A, except as set forth below, the above zoning districts are shown on the map entitled Wakefield zoning map dated June 20, 2020, or see what the town will do about it.
Is there a second? Mr. McGrail.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tom, you're here, just in case I need you. Okay, thank you. Again, Attorney Brian McGrail, a resident of 81 Outlook Road in Wakefield, representing the Savings Bank, owners of the property that is owners of one of the properties subject to this article. With me is Bob DeBella. I think folks are familiar with Bob. Bob is the president and chief operating officer, chief executive officer, I should say, the CEO of the Savings Bank, and he is with us today. The Savings Bank is the sponsor of this article, and they're also the sponsor, or one of the sponsors of the next article, Article 25, along with a group of 20 Wakefield citizens that also signed the petition. I think it's fair to say that the Savings Bank is one of the most important and philanthropic corporate citizens of our town. They are a model corporate citizen in our town, always ready to answer the call and support financially and by other means so many nonprofit, social, and charitable organizations that serve our town so well. The Savings Bank is embedded in the fabric of our community, having been founded here in 1869. The Savings Bank is very humble in how they go about their business. They never ask for anything or any recognition. All they do is continue to give to the community and serve it well. The good news for Wakefield is that the Savings Bank's desire to expand and grow within our community is their motivation to be the sponsor of this Article 24 and subsequent Article 25. Today, the Savings Bank is asking for your consideration and support of Articles 24 and 25 that will provide a reasonable path for them to expand their downtown Wakefield campus to serve the needs of their businesses, employees, and many of you, their customers. Part of my presentation, again, includes a PowerPoint presentation, and I will, we have provided handouts of that to try to give you a close-up look. I think it's probably appropriate for me to start and kind of give you an idea of what the Savings Bank wants to accomplish. So let me just see here. This is the main branch of the Savings Bank. I think you're all familiar with it. They operate out of this building is their main branch, 357 Main Street. They also own and operate the Oddfellows building next door, 347 Main Street, having rehabilitated that property after the significant fire that many of us remember years ago. And what the Savings Bank has done is they have recently purchased this property known as 3 Chestnut Street. It's the old Hartson Insurance Building. Many of you might be familiar with that. So that is right in back of the building as you head up Chestnut Street. And that's how it fits in. And what they desire to do is to take that building down and put what I would say is a modest addition that doesn't go any higher than where they are now to help accommodate their needs and expand their campus and connect it and make it part of the Wakefield campus that they have. For benefit of the folks in here, that addition starts at about here, it goes there, so that half of the portion that currently comes off of the Savings Bank in the back is an existing building. You can kind of see it there. That's already there, and they're just adding on to that, or they would like to add on to that as part of their proposal. So in preparing plans for this addition after they purchased the building, the Savings Bank discovered an issue with the zoning map. What else is new today, right? In the form of an odd location of the zoning line, which is problematic for the Savings Bank plan. The way the zoning map was drafted years ago locates the district line in a way that creates many split lots in this area of the downtown business district. This pits portions of the lots in both the business district and the general residence district, including the 3 Chestnut Street property, which crosses over and is located in both districts. The majority is in the business district, but there is a portion that is in the general residence district. This is not at all conducive for the Savings Bank's planned addition. Once they discovered this in meetings with the town planner and building inspector,
it was determined that the savings bank property is not at 3 Chestnut Street, the property that they purchased, is not the only property in the area that's affected by this. Other properties, including the Wakefield Library, you can see that on the screen when you go to the other side of Avon Street, is also affected in this oddly located business line. So I think what really happened here, when this business line was put in, it followed Main Street on an angle 150 feet back from the center line of Main Street, and that's just where they placed it, going back when zoning went into effect in the town. This probably happened in the 1920s, and they just didn't consider lots, or lots were not laid out at that time. The town planner requested that when the savings bank petitioned for the zoning change to fix this misguided line on the 3 Chestnut property, that it also include the Wakefield Library property, because that's currently split right down the middle, as you can see, business and general residence, and other properties that have split zone lots between Avon Street and Chestnut Street as well. Thus, the savings bank is requesting a change or relocation of this business zoning line as stated in the article, and as you can see on the map. The library trustees met with us on this. We discussed it with them in detail, and they voted to unanimously support this article, and they conveyed that to the planning board during the planning board's public hearing process. That was something that the planning board, again, doing their due diligence, have multiple hearings on this, not just one, and they wanted to know how the library felt about it, and the library was in full support of it, and it was discussed that by changing that line for the library can provide possible future options for the library to enhance its offerings to the community, such as a cafe, indoors and outdoors. Right now, that would not be able to happen in any portion of the library lot or the back of the building that's situated within the general residence district. Again, the planning board vetted this zoning change proposed in Article 24 in detail during 3 meetings and unanimously voted to recommend approval of this article at town meeting. And on behalf of the Savings Bank and Mr. DeBella, I would respectfully request that you vote yes and approve this article. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Planning board.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As Attorney McGrail mentioned, the planning board recommends favorable action.
Discussion.
I have one outside coming to the mic.
Okay, we'll go outside first. We'll go outside first. You, go ahead.
Okay.
Outside.
Okay, Jim Fitzgerald, 24 Bellevue Ave, former business owner downtown with offices on Main Street, Princess Street, and Water Street. So I'm here to fully support this article, Article 24 and 25, which, as Brian McGrail has mentioned, goes hand in glove. And just some anecdotal information. Last evening, I had the good fortune of enjoying dinner with my wife under a similar tent as this on Main Street. And obviously, as couples, we sit on opposite sides of the table. And my wife facing to the north and I facing the south. And my wife said to me, she says, "It's too bad you don't have the same viewpoint that I have, the same vantage point." She says, the rockery and the lake, it looks so beautiful. And my rebuttal to her was that, you know something, I rather like my view as well. I see to the left a newly renovated Wakefield Cooperative Bank, and I look to the right and I see the library, first the post office, then the library, the Oddfellow building, and then the main office for the TSB. And I said, architecturally, this is beautiful for downtown Wakefield. And TSB has done a great job over the years and really is the anchor of downtown Wakefield. So again, I would lend my full support to what they're doing to help someone who's a very good, very loyal, a great steward in our town and reward them to do something that's right, to do something that's better than what's currently there. And so again, I lend my full support to this. Thank you.
Mr. McCauley. Wait, Willis, go ahead again.
Okay. A quick question. I am just curious as to why the post office building wasn't included in this movement of the zoning thing, because they're in the same position, business and residential.
Can you answer that? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. McCauley, Mr. Moderator. That's a great question. And interestingly, that came up, and you talk about the town planner, and we heard about his value. That was Mr. Rivas, who did not want that to occur for a good reason. He had no problem with the library being rezoned business because our town is in control of that building. His concern with the post office was if the post office was ever closed and it was zoned business and then it was sold privately, we would have no control over that, and we would be expanding it out of the town's control. So good question, and that's the answer.
Right in the middle is
Yeah, you gotta identify yourself again, just for the record.
I'm sorry. John Sophia, 6 Whittemore Terrace. Right in the middle, you have 4 Avon Street. Right in the middle. How does this zoning change affect that property?
That property is the Simiola and Scully Law Office building, so it's not a residence. You can't hear me, John?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I said that property is owned by Simiola and Scully. That's not a residence. And when Paul Rivas asked us to lay out this line, he wanted to straighten it. Part of that property is also split. So he wanted to straighten everything out from the library right across all of those properties over to Chestnut Street. So that was the motivation behind that, just to be consistent.
And what is the meaning of a zoning boundary that splits Avon Street versus extending all the way across Chestnut?
If I may, I can answer that, Bill.
No, wait a minute.
I mean, in one case, it
yeah.
splits down the middle
I
of the
see what
street.
you mean. You mean in that jag up, I think he's talking about, you're talking about this part right here, right?
Well, you see the boundary that goes through the middle of Avon Street, right? And then at the very bottom, the zoning boundary goes all the way across Chestnut.
Yep.
I mean, is that,
Can I answer that?
what's the reason for that?
Yep, another good question. So in our town, in our zoning map, which isn't in every community, our streets are actually zoned. So our streets are zoned districts in our map. So it's important that the halfway across the street, if your whatever your zone matches, otherwise it could put requirements on your lot that would not be consistent with the zone that you're in. And that's why we didn't carry, if you look at Avon Street, Mr. Sophia, that's why we didn't carry it all the way across, because we didn't want to burden that property, which is general residence, being abutting a business.
Any further discussion? Anybody outside?
No one outside.
Okay. I'm going to adjourn you in a second. You better have beer in there, or you've been lying to me. Okay, the motion before you is Article 25, requires 2/3. Ready? All in favor, raise your hand and keep it in the air until you're sure your vote has been counted. Oh, 24, I'm sorry. Why did I say 25? Well, that was wishful thinking. Thank you for getting that.
Outside.
All opposed? No, only just one up there. One up there. Oh, sorry. One. 0 outside, 0 on the right. 1. Got it. Yeah. 0. So it's 1, right? $90 in favor, 2 opposed. Motion carries. Article 25. Yeah, the rest of them are off. RIP.
Mr. Moderator, that this somewhat differs from the book because it incorporates revisions pursuant to the Planning Board's recommendation at the Planning Board public hearing on the article. Oh, thank you. Sorry. To see if the town will vote to amend the Wakefield zoning bylaw, Town of Wakefield, by amending Section 190-31, General Regulations of the zoning bylaw, Town of Wakefield, to add the following paragraph at the end thereof as Section 190-31L. L, except for height, the Board of Appeals may allow reductions and/or increases to the requirements of Table 2, Table of Dimensional Regulations of the zoning bylaw, Town of Wakefield, for professional and/or business offices and/or financial institutions by special permit when such uses are allowed in the business district as listed in Section 190-23 Table of Use Regulations. Any such reductions and/or increases shall be supported by evidence of lack of suitable land or design considerations or similar factors. The Board of Appeals must also find that the granting of said special permit will not adversely affect the health, safety, convenience, character, or welfare of the neighborhood or the town. Further amend Section 190-31 General Regulations of the zoning bylaw, Town of Wakefield, by adding the following paragraph at the end thereof as Section 190-31M. M. The Board of Appeals may allow reductions and/or alterations to the requirements of Section 190-31G of the zoning bylaw, Town of Wakefield, for professional and/or business offices and/or financial institutions by special permit when such uses are allowed in the business district as listed in Section 190-23 Table of Use Regulations. Any such reductions and/or alterations shall be supported by evidence of lack of suitable land or design considerations or similar factors. The Board of Appeals must also find that the granting of said special permit will not adversely affect the health, safety, convenience, character, or welfare of the neighborhood or the town, or see what the town will do about it.
Is there a second? Mr. McGrail.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Savings Bank is also a sponsor of this article, along with a group of 20 Wakefield citizens. The passing of this article is not only critical to the Savings Bank, it is also vitally important to the long-term future of all banks in our downtown. Like many other industries, the banking world is changing and evolving, and one must adjust to the times to continue on a successful path. Wakefield's downtown banks, such as the Savings Bank, Wakefield Cooperative Bank, East Boston Savings Bank, and Eastern Bank, are a cornerstone of the downtown business district and part of the fabric of our community as a whole. Downtown Wakefield has already seen the loss of the Bank of America branch, and now the word is that the Santander Bank building is for sale. Our local banks' needs and requirements to compete should be recognized and addressed with some flexibility in our zoning to keep them competitive, successful, and thriving. The Wakefield Chamber of Commerce eloquently addressed the importance of this article in their letter to the Planning Board during the public hearing process. The Chamber stated to the Planning Board, on behalf of the Wakefield-Linfield Chamber of Commerce, we are very much in support of the zoning bylaw amendments that are being proposed by the Savings Bank. These changes will support financial institutions in downtown Wakefield and encourage them to stay and prosper in their current locations. Financial institutions are a very important part of our downtown by providing key services to our citizens and local businesses. They are also an anchor by bringing clientele and pedestrian traffic downtown, which once they are taking care of their financial needs, often frequent other businesses. As the members of the Chamber, our local financial institutions are also tremendous corporate citizens. They provide continual financial and otherwise an endless number of community-based organizations support. With competitor financial institutions beginning to open and surrounding lifestyle developments and malls, which directly compete with our downtown, it is important that as a town we adjust our zoning to meet the needs of Wakefield's financial institutions so they can continue to address the needs of their customers and employees while remaining in downtown Wakefield for the long term. Signed by John Smolinski, Executive Director, and Janice Consoli and Chris Barrett, who are co-presidents. Wakefield Cooperative Bank further elaborated on this. Wakefield Cooperative Bank, another one of our most important and philanthropic corporate citizens in the town, elaborated on this and wrote a letter of support to the savings bank and what they were seeking. And they addressed the planning board, and the president of Wakefield Cooperative Bank, Jeff Worth, stated, "I am writing to express my strong support of the 2 Wakefield zoning bylaw amendments that are being sponsored by the savings bank. One of the amendments pertains to a change in the zoning map, which now is not relevant, as you can imagine." Jeff goes on, "As president of the bank, I support these changes in that they will promote and allow for the growth and expansion of all financial institutions in downtown Wakefield. Financial institutions provide critical services to Wakefield residents, and they are contributing and committed corporate citizens to downtown. The other amendments of Article 25 afford special permit zoning relief for professional and business offices and financial institutions. In today's competitive marketplace, including online banking, it is necessary that longtime financial institutions or local branches have the ability to make changes and grow their facilities in order to meet the demands and needs of their customers. The amendments that are being proposed will help facilitate just that. Thank you, Jeffrey A. Worth, President, Wakefield Cooperative Bank." Considering the vast lobby areas, conference areas that banks must provide for customers, along with offices for employees, it is fair to say that most, if not all, banks downtown do not currently meet, and if they need to expand, certainly cannot meet the stringent dimensional and buffer zone requirements of our zoning bylaw pursuant to Table 2, the Table of Dimensional Regulations, and Section 190.31G of our bylaw. It is important to note that this amendment that we're requesting does not allow anything by right. It simply allows the Board of Appeals, if it deems appropriate, and if the requirements in the article are met, to give financial institutions such as the Savings Bank much-needed relief from the requirements of Table 2, Table of Dimensional Regulations, and Section 190.31G by special permit in their efforts to expand when necessary. It's interesting to note, and I think I have this on the screen. I'm going to bring this up because the Planning Board also had public hearings on this article, and they had 3 meetings on this particular article. And at the first meeting, there was some pretty significant citizen participation. And the citizen participation, I thought, brought up a very good, constructive issue to the Planning Board. And what the concern that was raised was that, gee, you know, maybe there's not an issue with giving some relief if they need some setback issues, but there's a concern for height, because in our business district, you can currently go up to 60 feet. And the person who testified, and I can say, because I said it's constructive, it was Mr. Mitchell, who was here, and it was very constructive testimony at the Planning Board, and I thought a good point. And his comment was that, you know, why would you need to go above 60 feet? Why even put that in there? Why even contemplate that that could happen with a bank or a financial institution or an office? So that's why what came out of the Planning Board is at the beginning, you will see it says, except for height. So the Zoning Board of Appeals would not be able to give relief for height on any relief that was required pursuant to these articles before the Zoning Board of Appeals. Because of the good constructive public testimony, we feel that the bylaw is now better. Paul Rivas also, through that hearing process, it's highlighted in red, wanted to limit it to the business district, which has been done. And I think with these words adjusted in the article as reflected in the motion, the planning board unanimously voted to recommend the approval. And with all due respect, on behalf of the Savings Bank and Mr. DeBella, we're asking you to do the same.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Planning Board recommends favorable action.
My name's Tom Stapleton, 22 Summer Street. And just a little history here. I was running WCAT up until December when I retired. And the point I'm just trying to make here, it'll be short and sweet, that we have been, actually, the Savings Bank has been very generous to WCAT. Specifically, one of the main events is the Movies by the Lake, as you all might be aware of. And every year we did that, it was known that the Savings Bank would help contribute to make that a success. And sometimes they needed to go a little further, and they did. So as far as I'm concerned, the Savings Bank is an asset and a jewel in town. And I've been very, very happy to be involved with them in this respect as a director of WCAT. And I wish her the best.
Mr. Donaco.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Paul Donaco, 17 Wiley Street, through you to Mr. McGrill. Mr. McGrill, I want to support this. Am I supporting this by the Planning Board's recommendation or by the warrant article that you read into the record? Which one am I supporting?
Can you answer that?
You're supporting what I read in, Mr. Donaco, which
Yeah.
was the planning board recommendation.
Yeah, it's the motion that he read is what's before the body.
The motion that he read was out of the book, and that's
No.
not the same as this.
No, he doesn't have to read the one out of the book. He
That's my question. That's what I'm
Yeah,
asking.
he pointed out the motion that he read is the one you're supporting.
Thank you. Nope,
Okay.
I have it. I'm all in support. I'm all
No,
in support.
it's all-
Thank you.
Say-
That's all. I just want the
That's all-
clarification.
Yeah, that's the warrant article. The motion is different, so.
Thank you.
What, just to be clear, Ms. Moritz, what's on the screen?
Okay, thank you.
Matthew Jewett, 252 Albion Street. So all of the other pieces made different sense to me. Everything that the Savings Bank does to support the community is noted. My question is, where does this plug into the zoning map? Because as I read it, this then becomes a blanket ability to make these adjustments. We aren't just talking about the savings bank, and we're not limiting it to downtown unless it fits into some subset there. And to open that can of worms up for every property makes me a little bit nervous. I think the Board of Appeals does a pretty good job of
You know that?
modifying where they need to.
You're the planning board. Can you answer that? Come on up. You understand the question, right?
Yes, I do. So if I understand the question correctly, it's about, does this apply to all business zoning or just financial institutions? If that's what the question is, it only applies to financial institutions. That would be only allowed in the business zoning district.
Okay, so that's basically any of the banks in town or any of the branches, and that's it. There's no other extension that this can be interpreted as?
No other extension, and each of these properties that come up in front of it would have to go to the ZBA for approval. And the restriction that we changed was for height. So height is not included in any of the changes.
No, I understood that. I just was concerned about what could happen in other places in business districts, that's all. So if it's limited to the financial piece, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Bob Mitchell, 6 Balding Street. Yeah, as Attorney McGrill had mentioned, he and I had a conversation because the prior proposal would have allowed for anywhere in the community of Wakefield a building of unlimited height. That was the initial proposal, had I not spoken to Mr. McGrail. You could put in a 60-story skyscraper in Wakefield with that new zoning. I haven't been here this long, but like the Edgewater buildings that the town mistakenly approved and then later came in and said, you're never doing that again. So that was the initial intent on this. The Wakefield Savings Bank is an excellent institution. I don't need to say that. I remember when the Goodfellows building burnt down, they did a gorgeous job of restoring it. But what you're voting on, take a deep breath, realize what you're voting on. It is not the Wakefield Savings Bank. I wish them all the best on that development effort. You are permanently changing the zoning table. The zoning table is a little graph. It's got 11 this way and 12 that way. It's got 132 boxes on it. You know, from single residence to industrial to frontage to height to minimum open area, distance setback, so forth. It's probably the most important page in zoning. And he's changing it. He's not changing it for the Wakefield Savings Bank. He's changing it for every parcel in Wakefield that is, I guess, under the business district. That's what you're voting on. So just be clear. Wakefield Savings, fantastic. But what Mr. McGrail's proposing is a permanent change to this table for business. So, like, I've been in financial services 40 years. They have people there that do property management. They know what communities have for available zoning, and this would be somewhat interesting to them. He did eliminate the maximum height, which is huge, but that's my understanding.
What's in the same category, professional?
And it's not, and I want to correct what the planning board member said and Attorney McGrail, I don't know what Attorney McGrail said, but the planning board member and the prior speaker, Mr. Jewett. This is not just for financial institutions. It's for professional businesses or business offices. My understanding is if you put an ATM in your building, no one here can tell me that the ZBA won't say, you got this, come on in, build whatever you want, build totally a lot less restrictions. Or I'm a CPA firm. Well, I am right now, but the day after it's built, I'm not a CPA firm. I told the CPA to get out. It's now in this building. So these are all, this is simple stuff, but my issue again is that this is a permanent change to the most critical page in zoning in Wakefield, and it would have been unlimited. And
yeah, I was.
And if there's anything, I'm totally open to.
Yeah, no, I was wondering about your question.
Sure.
So, Mr. Mullen, can you clarify that?
Sure. Yep.
Tom Mullen, I'm the town council. So this motion would apply to any professional or business office or financial institution in the business district. And as you heard, it would not apply with respect to height.
Right. Thank you. Right, and that was the prior. Whoop, is that working?
It would apply to height?
It would not apply to height. That is, they can't vary the height.
Oh, okay, all right. Right.
This working? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. That was the change Mr. McGrill made after I spoke to him. But there's 12 columns going across. He dropped maximum height, but there's still 11. So this is a permanent change to every parcel in land, every parcel in Wakefield that is business. All those 11 boxes, you're wiping those out. This thing's been encoded in our zoning forever. So don't think you're voting for the Wakefield Savings Bank. You're voting for a permanent zoning change. I would urge you to vote no. I know it's a complicated issue. I would urge you to vote no, and perhaps they can come back and do something that does give the Wakefield Savings Bank what they need, because great institution. Thank you.
Yeah, wait, you've already been up once, right? Anybody else want to speak again before we start round two?
No speakers outside.
Okay. Mr. Jewett, you're up. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have concern that this isn't really written to restrict it just to financial stuff, which is sort of what I got answered. I am in favor of supporting the savings bank in this, and maybe what we do is rather than applying this to the entire business district, we limit it to the, Main Street section, or we limit it to the savings bank. I don't know what you need, Brian, to not have this be a wide open category, but get the section that we're talking about for the savings bank covered. I don't have a problem if they need to change something up on North Ave. I don't. But fundamentally, we are taking out a complete set of regulations, because when you say in here that it's and/or a business or a professional office, that applies to the business district. It's not really limited to just to the savings bank.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a question. I'm not.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry.
can answer that if you want to. Quickly.
Well, I think I can answer that. First of all, it doesn't wipe out the zoning table. It gives the zoning board authority to give relief from the requirements by special permit on that zoning table. The reason it has the words in there, professional offices, business offices, is because when you look at the definitions, there is no definition of financial institution. So financial institutions have offices. So it has to be broad like that, because otherwise the bank could go, like their addition, for example, is not going to be where customers are doing their banking. Their addition is going to be where their offices are going to be for their employees. So it's kind of a crossover, so it does have to include that. But it is limited to the business district, which is primarily downtown Wakefield and Greenwood. And that was the change that the town planner wanted. And that's why that red is in there, where it says specifically when the uses are allowed in the business district. It limits it to that. So it doesn't apply to every lot all over town. It applies to just in the business district.
In the business districts, though, but that is more than just the
Correct.
savings bank.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but because banks and financial institutions have kind of morphed, and this is what we talked about, that the bank needs flexibility and the banks downtown need flexibility, because guess what? Their competitors at Market Street are opening up with little cafes, and they're opening up with insurance in their branches. So we need to make sure that this is broad enough that it doesn't wipe our banks out and make them not competitive.
Okay.
Thank you.
I get it. My concern again is that I think it can also be interpreted significantly differently at a different time for a different property. So I'm concerned that we don't limit it directly to what you're talking about, whether we talk about it being a Main Street only piece and it doesn't then start morphing up Albion or somewhere else that then really significantly changes stuff. That's my concern.
Hi, Julie Scott, 75 Elm Street. I think that was Mr. Jewett speaking. I couldn't tell with the mask. I agree with him, and I've seen that we've given people an opportunity to sort of maybe mention that they would modify what they're asking for, and they haven't done that. Because it seems a bit broader than what the savings bank needs, and it might encompass more change in our future, and we wouldn't be voting on that change now because we don't know what somebody might ask for in the future. I love the savings bank. I hope maybe we could revisit this, and I would hope that people would vote no. It comes back written in a way that satisfies us, and I'm asking you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Anybody outside?
No speakers.
Okay. There being no further discussion, motion before you also requires a 2/3 vote. Tellers, ready? All in favor?
Outside.
8. All opposed? Four. What's David got outside?
7 outside.
7 outside. Okay. Okay, so 46 in favor, 36 opposed, 35 opposed, needed 54 to pass, so the motion does not carry. Before I entertain a motion, I want to thank again the guys from the DPW. Just did an incredible job putting this all together, both inside and outside. I mean, it's you know, the markings on the floor. I mean, they work like crazy for 2 days. And I again want to thank CAT. This is, you know, this is out of the ordinary to put together this whole thing and the outside, and not to mention Ian has earned his merit badge in microphone cleaning. So, but up a special shout out to Ian for the technical stuff that he had to deal with over the last 2 or 3 days to set this up. Okay, and I want to thank Ruth Clay, Tommy Mullins, Steve. Ruth Clay was really helpful interpreting all the things that we had to figure out, and Steve riding herd to make sure this all got together, and Tommy sorting stuff out. So again, thanks everybody, and thank you for your patience and showing up here today. It's important. We had to get this done. Okay, is there a motion on the floor?
Yes, there is. Mr. Moderator, I move to dissolve this town meeting with thanks to the moderator, town clerk, DPW, my fellow councilors, school department employees, the scouts, and WCAT for making this COVID-19 town meeting happen, and a very special thank you to the people of Wakefield for hanging in there with us. Do I have a second?
All in favor? I got a second, yeah. All opposed?
Hold on, Bill. Yes.
No, I don't. I dissolved.